tecnologias, novas máquinas, novos equipamentos e para nós o inovar, novas tecnologias faz parte do nosso ADN e é importantíssimo para o desenvolvimento do nosso negócio.
A Riopel é uma empresa de base familiar, é uma empresa industrial têxtil que desde 1927, desde a sua constituição, produz tecido para vestuário. Fornecemos as principais marcas europeias e mundiais. Hoje a empresa é uma empresa essencialmente exportadora. Estamos a falar de que a empresa Riopel produz e vende mais de 95% da sua produção para o exterior. São mercados diversificados que compram diferentes tecidos de acordo com o estilo e a cultura do próprio país.
E a empresa pública que tem a missão de construir, de explorar, de promover o projeto Alqueva. A água traz imensa competitividade, não é? Com a água, aqui no Alentejo, conseguimos produções que não antes podiam ser sonhadas. E por isso há um aumento de competitividade só pelo facto de trazermos água.
O projeto de intervenção florestal começou na Corticeira Amorim há cerca de 9, 10 anos. Este projeto, com este modelo de silvicultura, tem duas grandes vantagens económicas. Uma, a redução do ciclo de produção de 25 anos para 10 na primeira extração. Outro, a densificação do número de árvores por hectare. E no pilar ambiental, a multiplicação por 7 daquilo que é o sequestro de carbono quando comparado com o montado tradicional.
Alqueva tem a sorte de ser, de facto, este território novo, esta nova terra d'água, onde tudo está a acontecer muito rapidamente e onde se concentrou um conjunto de empreendedores e de agricultores muito competentes e para desenvolver aqui um ecossistema agrícola vibrante, que é o que estamos, no fundo, a assistir.
Nos últimos anos, nos últimos 4 anos, fizemos projetos de investimento de valores significativos, estamos a falar de mais de 20 milhões de euros, dedicados, cujos drivers desses projetos foram sempre a sustentabilidade e o digital. Daí que nós hoje tenhamos a nossa fábrica, digamos, chão de fábrica, praticamente todo monitorizado, com visão artificial, em algumas áreas, o que nos permite, digamos, estarmos já na vanguarda da têxtil. Todos os dias inovamos, todos os dias apresentamos tecidos novos e investimos paralelamente nos processos, ao nível, por exemplo, de todo o equipamento que compramos recentemente, é equipamento que tem essa preocupação ambiental.
Sustentabilidade para nós é fundamental, faz parte do nosso ADN. Temos um conceito que nós chamamos Second Nature, e no Second Nature temos objetivos claramente definidos quanto à pegada de carbono, quanto à biodiversidade, quanto ao consumo de água e à reutilização da nossa água, a eficiência do nosso consumo de água, quanto à qualidade dos solos e também quanto à parte do consumidor e a parte do uso
as well
de
as consumers and the use of plastic when it comes to our packaging. So up to 80% of our plastic is made of recyclable material, and they can all be recycled. That means that we also aim to reintegrate this plastic in our circular economy. We want to induce the behavior of changes in terms of forest production, so that this type of forestry will be considered as valid, and it can replicate what we use in this project. If we want to be sustainable, and humanity wants to be sustainable, it will have to meet all of its energy needs thanks to renewable energies, preferably with local production, which is distributed and near the place of consumption. And this is what we have here. We have a fundamental role of paving the way.
Bem-vindos de novo. Ficámos aqui um pouco a iniciar
Good afternoon, welcome back.
para finalizarmos a questão que precisamos de resolver logo no início desta
Question we began to resolve at the start of the morning. That was the captions that are up for our foreign audience. I apologize to you. The system is corrected. and the caption is now 100%. And now we're going to begin our second panel.
Rápida visita que fizemos com este filme a 4 empresas portuguesas que são que já atravessaram fronteiras tanto no campo de
sustainability, digital approach. And this, of course, is part of our discussion.
A transição climática e digital,
Looking to the climatic aspect, and certainly technology to be through investment in the certain digital agencies that are moving forward very quickly in schools, hospitals, and so these digital solutions are very innovative are necessary in medicine, transport, and also for the environment. Digital change is one of our priorities. It's certainly an opportunity for companies to promote an open society, a democratic society, at the same time providing quality in fighting against climate change and Portugal is stepping up this transition, and it is now to the fore in its digitalized society approach. And these topics with us, and in the studio I have here with me, and also virtually 3 guests, Nuno Sebastião, specializing in risk and financial investment, also other financial investments who are major clients of that company. Also, we're looking to green financing, sustainable approaches. And here we have Sofia Santos, and from the European Parliament, we have Maria Manuel Leitão Marques. So I welcome all of you. Sofia, I'm going to begin with you, and I'm going to ask you what you thought about this film that opened up our panel. Are we on the right track for this climatic change? Yes, we're moving in the right direction, and I would say even more. Certainly we're on the right track because, as you can see here, we are consulting companies that recognize the importance of environmental issues and also looking for solutions, specific solutions to deal with residues, to waste, etc. Also, there's a very determined ambition for up until 2050 to reduce their emissions, their CO2 emissions, by 50% by 2030. And so these are ambitions that are on track, certainly. But of course, the European Commission has these goals as well for the reduction of CO2 emissions and to drop the emissions by 50%. Of course, we're on the right track, but it's not enough. We need to speed up this whole process. We need to have an idea of much of what is being done in the Commission. There is the Recovery and Resilience Programme, and that plan, just for climate, under that heading, it's got 3,000 million euros, but all investments should not just benefit necessarily from the environmental objective of the Commission, but there are other areas less spoken about. But for example, the Resilience and Recovery Programme, there are templates, there are specific projects that respond to certain subsectors, should we say. But it's a major step for the economy, for society, and also whether it's the investors or the companies themselves or states, because of certainly the state is funding much of this, the criteria have to be defined for funding these companies. So we need to encourage and even almost oblige some training on this, and also encouraging any company to reduce its waste. And also, many of their clients are European clients, and they will also have to meet these obligations. So their suppliers, again, will have to ascertain that they are doing the correct thing. If we can't demonstrate these practices to these different clients, it's something that we'll have to address. So they are exporting to Europe. When there is an export link, then we have this additional pressure. But yes, we're on the right track, but at the same time, much has been done, for example, on a green scale, but there will be many adjustments that will have to be made, but there's much more to do. Thank you. I'll now ask Nuno Sebastião, how are we doing in terms of the digital transition? Well, thank you. I'm remembering two things. That is the long-term planning for this in Portugal, and in my case, I have optic fiber in my home, but in Silicon Valley, you don't necessarily have the same things. My financial organizer is in another country. So sometimes we have problems with internet connection. So some segments are doing extremely well. And the gigabit velocity at home, of course, it varies from country to country, but we have very good infrastructures. They've been planned over 10, 15, 20 years. But some companies that entered the digital change have done well. Others have not done so well. But at home, we know that in hospitals, for example, some innovation has been adopted and it's done well. But of course, this has to be rolled out more equally. But I think the work, the basic work that has been done, some has been done, but there's still much to be done ahead of us. No, I don't just agree with this idea, but I'm also witnessing it. Perhaps 8 years ago, more or less 8 years ago, when we had a brand image program, we found that a number of countries in or outside Europe who noted the difference in the capacity of our technology. And it really is quite horrendous, the difference. So we're all critical of our own country, but sometimes we have things that are part of us, and we shouldn't overlook this. Nuno, how do you think this transition, this digital transition, the marketing, how's it going to benefit from this technological progress that's being made? I think things are all connected. I think, for example, much progress in the digital field has been made as a result of benefits or environmental benefits. People are not going to be able to travel as they did before, for example. I think everybody should recognize this. There was a certain madness going for cheap flights. A meeting, you had to see people. No, we can meet like this. There are benefits, there are major benefits, but much of this technology that exists in all industries, of course, benefits from polluting less, spending less. I was talking about this before I came onto this panel. All companies are going to take measures. They're going to have to take measures, including technological companies. As you know, they spend a great deal on centers, on servers, on cloud, and so on. And I think this is all linked, but sometimes excessively. We're creating a new world. Sophia, I assume that you agree with these two worlds that are related, obviously, and of course, gain one from another. Also, there is state-of-the-art technology, and the digital transition, of course, is helping climatic change. Yes, of course. And one point, the part of consumption, yes, there's no doubt that digitalization brings with it optimization of what a human being alone cannot do, and it optimizes the materials we're consuming, waste, design, and much more. There's another component, which is an important one, which is energy, fuel consumption. And often there are situations in which the energy consumers, the servers, are excessive. There's potential for two things, either to continue with their CO2 emissions or they're going to reduce them. And quite simply, what can be done is that this energy, electricity that's being used should be renewable from renewable resources. There are some countries that are more advanced than others, because Portugal is. Between January and March of this year, about 80% of electricity was from renewable resources. I think that's, I know we've got a long way to go, but we're trying to be more efficient. We could be a bit more efficient, perhaps more than the USA. And it's going to be, when it comes to the green sector, it's going to be more complicated. But this is essential, and I think it's crucial. It may appear secondary, because after all, energy is one of the servers and clouds and so on. But this consumption of energy is so high, and the bitcoins and all the rest of it's involved in this. It's not consistent with the initiative itself. That is, to be more upfront, to be more modern in terms of modernizing for our society. And I think it's important that we shouldn't forget this very pragmatic side of things as to where does the energy come from, where do the servers come from, what are they consuming, and looking at energy and fuel so that companies should, many have done a great deal and have reduced their consumption and they're more green. But at the same time, technology needs to look for other forms of production or other technologies. For example, without electricity, sometimes it's not possible, but they need to be looking at least to see if they can shift over to new sources. Maria Manuel, in our prior conversation, I heard about a recipe, shall we say. It seems it's going to be a new dish, but could you help us understand the conditions that we should be bearing in mind to be able to put Portugal in the right place for more digital economy and society? I'm not just saying Portugal is not already in a good position. After all, it's part of the European countries with a high classification. But what is this recipe you have? Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you. I would raise pick up on the point that has been raised. Certainly, there's a supercomputer in the Val d'Ave, and this has created a renewable energy community around it. It is a super example, and it has become unsustainable from the point of view of its consumption, which of course it consumes a great deal of energy. So digital and green are two transitions that we talk about, that they're almost twins, and they've got to be friendly twins. So the digital has to help the green, and can, controlling the oceans and helping fishing stocks and many other applications. But the digital side also has to be more green in terms of the way it's consuming energy, as I mentioned this example in the Val d'Ave. So on this trip, without any borders or boundaries, the two sides require traveling together without any obstacles, because we are also going to have an optimistic view of this, because optimism is on your side. And Nuno and Fitzai, I would like to congratulate him, because he is proof that we can be competitive in a very crucial area with a crucial ingredient for this recipe. I particularly like this. I was born in Coimbra, worked in Pedro Nunes Institute, and for our listeners, I'm all Pedro Nunes Institute. I'm going to be leaving that institute very positively with a positive vision ahead. So let's go to the recipe. The first ingredient of my recipe, and this is the most important one, people. People is a difficult ingredient, because we need far more people who are qualified, certified, the media specialists, highly specialized, with the competence in digital matters for the public sector. We have a recovery plan, yes. We've heard a lot about that, but we need to digitalize our companies and public administration, where we're doing quite well, but it is changing. And for 5 years, what is 5 years old is already old today, but we need people who are properly qualified to be able to manage this transition. And we cannot rest on traditional methods. Our universities, our polytechnics, our vocational training schools are all important. We must be creative in raising their qualifications and changing that. And I'd like to give examples, 2 good examples, one of which in Portugal, which is the 42 school. You can visit it in Penha de França, which has a different way of qualifying and certifying people. It's not necessarily having so many qualifications to get into that school, but there's another project which I hope will be in Pucha in the autumn. It began in Paris. Another one began in Armenia with 2 philanthropists who introduced it so that we can begin working with young people. And it's now going to any age group. So these are 2 examples that we need to replicate so that we can overcome the challenge of competencies. I'll give you a number. Just for security, 209,000 jobs in the European Union at the moment. There will be more because security is an indispensable ingredient in the whole recipe of digitalization. Also, we have another problem, which is that we don't have people. So in our policies, our migration policies, we need to have a more proactive attitude to be able to attract people from the rest of the world. And I'm not just talking about people who are coming from Norway, people who come from Norway and like to do surfing in Portugal. No, I'm talking about other people who come from Colombia or from India, just to give you 2 examples of many countries throughout the world that we need to attract, because our demography is a very, very difficult one. These are 2 constraints. The first ingredient of our recipe is really people, qualified people, in this case, qualified with the necessary digital competencies at different levels so that we can look to work tasks and add value in the main areas of this major challenge of digital transition. I'm not going to talk about the other ingredients. I'm simply going to list them. The second is, of course, to be competitive always in our connectivity. As Nuno already mentioned this, we're fine. We have to continue to be fine. So with 5G, this could be critical. We need to be able to link up to the rest of the world. And we are establishing this link, and the subaquatic link is also being worked on. We need to invest in security. I mentioned this. We need in Europe, and of course, again, in Portugal, we need to lead in the production of new technologies. Yesterday, Commissioner spoke about a bioattraction project for semiconductors to be produced, which is a critical area, and we need to deal with data. And data handling requires standards so that we can use this throughout Europe, and it also means security and protection, data protection online and offline. Right, this is a good topic then, which can be, I think, carried into further depth because this is your world. How do the companies in Portugal, how are they prepared for this question of data protection? Well, partly, we were working globally, and here Europe, with the GDPR standards, has led the way in defining the protection of data protection for people in various sectors. So we have an interesting role. because we are helping other regions and we can help them implement all of this. I don't think there's a great deal of awareness about this, but what is most important, more than just the data, is the balance between how you protect people themselves and their data in terms of security, because after all, data belongs to me, doesn't belong to anyone else, but they're being used for consumption, for sales by others, and the provision of services. And I think we've made some progress. Europe, I think the vision is more traditional, is there is a role to be played. And now we need to be dealing with these standards, but talking about another point, what we need to do is continue with something we're already doing, but we need to increase this. And this is the lack of labor. There's a lot of labor, but it needs to be retrained. It needs to be reconverted, so that we don't have one part of society benefiting from something and another party left out. And I think e-learning, you have many people that come from mathematics, sciences. There's not such a need when we are looking for people trained in data processing specifically, but many people who could be brought into this area. So when we go out to see how we can answer these training needs, create primary knowledge or understanding, chips, safety, etc. You need to create in Europe far more knowledge-based information on this. Microsoft and Google, sorry. Europe is not a leader in software, or there are some exceptions. PPEU is one of them, but we're not necessarily leaders in all areas. And we need to trace out the route forward, not just us, but others as well. But this focus, this very special focus, is not being done well enough at the moment. And companies in Portugal, are they prepared for this reinvention, which is going to be necessary? No, not equally across the board. Some are to the fore of what is required. For example, we have e-commerce. We have e-fetch, which is one of the primary ones in the world, but others are not so good. It's not uniform, but this is quite normal. So we need to do more here and do better and to be more uniform in our approach. And who's going to do this? Where is it going to begin? Is it going to begin in the universities? Is it then going to move to the business world? Who's going to motivate these different platforms? Well, with other people as well, I've looked at this. How do things function? I think here, basically, some things are disagreeable. Sometimes 20 years have gone by and something hasn't changed. But there are a whole series of public policies. Rio Gago, he brought up this contact program. Rio Gago also in 2000 was one of the leaders, specialists. But these things basically design European funds have been channeled into these plans into Portugal. But these are things that take a long time to bring in profits, to bring in returns. Talking of profitability, can we take 10, 15, 20 years? So this role, again, the regulator, well, in Portugal, it's the state. Nowadays, the state, the universities, it makes no sense having courses that have no demand. I think this has to meet with what the state really requires. People have basic knowledge and then train them in other areas where there's more demand. Even today, for example, in design and other companies, I mean, it could be somebody with a mathematical basis. And if they move into these new fields, they earn a fortune. And it's fundamental to be aware of this. And so it is for the companies, the universities, to place people where there is demand so that they can respond to these services. There's another component which was also mentioned, and that is design. Today, we have more people in research than the actual technical person who comes from Coimbra or other places. We are producing 2 or 3 patents a month. This is the intellectual patenting sector. So 5 or 10 years, we need to do this to be competitive in 5 or 10 years' time. And we were going to have American competitors as well. Because after all, universities are creating and training people. And this is not just a question of reprocessing or using material from another area. We need basic, correctly constructed material to teach. So I think it's very important in terms of planning. So we've got to see where we're going and how we're going to get there. So this is more or less what we're talking about today. So Sophia, I now pass to you.
Now, when it comes to green transition and digital transition, can there be a sustainable climatic transition? Well, everything points to the fact that, yes, it will be possible, and we will have rules that pave the way. When it comes to sustainable financing and climate financing have been part of the international agenda since 1982, when the UN created the NEP Finance Initiative. So the initiative environmental financing plan. But it's only in 2018 that the European Commission launched the action plan to finance sustainable growth. That was the name back then, which is quite a contradiction, because how do you finance a sustainable growth? The correct name should be finance a sustainable development. This happened in 2018. Personally, I believe that this was the language required to not shock the financial system. Why is that? Fast forward to 2021, we have a new package relating to the sustainable financing. It will define rules that will define what is a green sustainable activity and why this is relevant. I'll tell you. Banks, as well as investments and investors, starting from maybe not this year, but the next year, banks and investors will have to list the type of investments and the share of investments that are in line with the 6 green goals that the European Commission has defined. Everything will be outlined in this way, because the risk, of course, will also be associated in the banks when it comes to the portfolio that they have in terms of CO2, for example. How do they manage waste? The percentage of renewable energy. They will also have to report about human rights, among other things. In other words, what was voluntary reporting up until now? And many banks thought that, yes, it was voluntary reporting, so it made sense to report it for a better world. But in 2017, many central banks, the Financial Stability Board, acknowledged that climate is a financial risk. And so if climate equals financial risk, this needs to be reduced within a financial landscape, within the markets. So how can you reduce this risk? Well, you can put pressure on the companies to reduce the risk, which will then have the knock-on effect that the risk is not shared among the financial shareholders. So in short, what you're saying is that in the past, a company could go to a bank and ask for a credit line if it wanted to invest in a research project. All it had to do was submit its financial creditworthiness. But now it has to go an extra mile. it also has to talk about its social responsibility, specifically relating to the environment. Exactly. And starting from June 2021, so in less than 3 months, the European Banking Authority recommends to all banks that starting from June 2021, it should include the environmental risks when it's considered if they want to grant a credit line to companies. And so banks under the umbrella of the European Central Bank, so the largest ones, will have to carry out a stress test in the following years, which will include climate risks. The whole financial landscape is changing. This is a paradigm shift. Banks, after all, were not created with the goal of having a positive impact or effect on the environment. This was something that was up to the states. But after all, we don't have that much time. As the UN General Secretary says, we only have 10 years to readdress the balance and to ensure that the planetary imbalance does not continue, which of course will lead to more pandemics, etc., etc. So we only have a limited time. We have 8 years and a couple of months to ensure that this imbalance doesn't continue. And therefore, we have to focus on money to solve the problem. Because like it or not, money makes the world go around. Exactly. So from now on, Europe will have these specific rules. But moving across the pond, thanks to Biden, the United States are also following these aspirations, these impulses that we have in Europe. Indeed, even the security exchange in the United States has specific packages on these topics. And so we can see that these rules, which aren't found only in Europe, but also in the United States. Now, turning to Brussels, and as an MEP, Maria Marques, what do you talk about in Brussels, especially at the European Commission? Oh, we speak about a lot of things. But when it comes to climate and digital transition, were the object of our discussions before, during, and after the pandemic. They were at the core of our debates. And Sophia already mentioned this partially. It was not observed from an external point of view. We always spoke about green by design and digital by design. In other words, when we conceive, create, plan a project, and let me highlight this, these projects already need to include a green assessment, therefore reduce the negative impact it has on the environment. Which leads me on to what Nuno mentioned. Christina, a while ago, asked, who has to take the reins, public or the private sector? I believe we have to talk of a tight-knit collaboration between the two. We have to have a very strong, robust relationship, because sometimes the public sector advances while the other one does not. And let me say that European rankings, when it comes to Portugal, is at the forefront of digital transition. That does not mean that we are still plagued by red tape, but I can tell you that we're using technologies to really change our public services. And this became clear during the crisis. So we invested in transforming our processes. And this is where I want to focus on when it comes to our recovery plan and programs and our resilience programs. So we need both paths. Indeed, we can speak of a true transformation on our way to competitiveness only if we use funds. And I will speak just about digital transition. So if we invest funds in digitalization to transform processes, that's when we will be successful, and not to be use these funds just to buy licenses and new softwares. Having said that, I'm not saying that it's not important, but what is really important is to use science and technology to change how we produce, as well as how we provide public and, why not, private services. I have more experience in the public sector because I was in charge of them for quite some time. One specific example, and I worked on this project for quite some while. We wanted to use artificial intelligence in public administration. We have plenty of data which are then not used. But this data can be used by public authorities to find risk areas and monitor them. They can be used by the public education authority to reduce long-term unemployment, to ensure that people with a specific education does not remain unemployed for too long, which is something that was already mentioned by you as well. And there are many other projects and data that are being tested in public administration at the time. What do? We forced, and when I say forced, I mean it. We would not give any funds if a project was not submitted in partnership with a research center and public administration. The public administration would assess the problem, and the research institute would look for a solution to this problem, and they had to continue collaborating during the entire process. So this marriage was compulsory, and it will be compulsory when it comes to the resilience and recovery plan, when it comes to digitalization, both in the private and public sector. And this will ensure that we have projects which are cutting edge. And the end result will be that our economy, our society, and our public administration will be more resilient. Thank you. Now, taking what Maria Manuel just said, I think Nuno wanted to intervene on what has just been said. I would like to share some figures when it comes to the success of some companies among FIDSI and others. 32% of our human resources and of our talent is invested in research and development. So 32% of our staff are creating knowledge. So talking of innovation, yes, but I mean real innovation, creating new technologies, so not just recycling old technologies. We're talking of 26% of our turnover is invested in research and development. 5% of our staff are PhD holders. In the past, a PhD holder continued working at university, and yet today, the private market, the industry needs people with PhDs. So my message to companies is the following. Maria Marques talked about the partnership between the state and universities. That's what I'm talking about. Even in FIDSI, we really don't know how to work with universities. The technical in Lisboa is a good example of what we can do well. We finance the technical. But why does work so bad? Well, sometimes it's very difficult to finance universities from a private point of view. In Coimbra, that's where we started. We wanted to start a collaboration with the University of Coimbra, but it's very complicated. We wanted to give 2, 3, or even 5 million to the Department of IT Engineering. It's really difficult to allocate that type of funds to the faculty. And this is something that should change, correct? Exactly, it should be swift, because universities need financing. They don't need financing to buy new computers. No, they needed to recruit the best researchers from outside so that they come and work in the universities. This approach is very common in some areas, but not here. So we have to really change our mindset. Time is ticking, So I would like to go back to you, Sophia, and assess carbon neutrality. What's the situation? How are we faring here in Portugal? What can we import here? What can we talk about when it comes to carbon neutrality? Because we all have a role when it comes to the future of the planet and having a more sustainable future. Achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, well, that is the crux of the matter. If we don't do that, then the average temperature rise will be higher than 4 degrees, and the Paris Agreement, which focuses on carbon neutrality, which has to be reached by the end of the century, says that the average temperature cannot increase by 1.5 degrees. In general, it has already increased by 1, and in the Mediterranean area, it has already reached by 1.5 degrees. In other words, we cannot reach carbon neutrality with the measures that have already been outlined and established. And a practical example can be seen here in Portugal due to the climate change here. So reaching carbon neutrality by 2050 is of the essence. It is of fundamental importance that companies move down this path, and some companies are already working in this sector. For example, we have one industry which uses a lot of energy, and they understood that they had to move away from carbon to really be competitive on the market. Metalworking is taking the first steps, but it is still not there in terms of technology. When it comes from an international level, banks need to be carbon neutral, companies need to be carbon neutral. But I'll go a step, I'll tell you something else. We do not need to be neutral, we need to be carbon free. So we should not be carbon neutral, but we need to be carbon negative. Because many people say, oh, well, Portugal is a tiny country, so the CO2 emissions and the emissions aren't that much. That is true, but every little helps, or in this case, contributes to not reaching these goals. So what can we do to reach carbon neutrality? We can transform all of the cars in e-cars, for example. And that means that even if I don't have 100% green electricity, then I can stop using gas, for example, and have a mix, because gas creates CO2 emissions. We can use public transport. We're living with the pandemic. Vaccination, however, is ensuring that even public transportation can be used once again. So we have to use more public transport. Having said that, we also have to invest a lot more when it comes to docking and charging stations when it comes to e-cars, because we want people to stop using traditional cars, which is highly polluting. Then we have to have more charging stations. For example, I have not bought an e-car, I have bought an hybrid car. Why is that? Because there aren't enough charging stations. Sustainable mobility is also very important, and the type of nutrition. A lot of the population, not everyone, but a lot, we eat specific foods that emit these emissions. And sometimes we waste a lot of food. Many times here in Portugal, we really boast the fact that we eat a lot more than maybe we should have, and we change the paradigm shift. So we have to take a step-by-step approach, trying to understand, for example, how our purchases are made, where do our shoes come from, for example. And then for those people, can, because it's also a matter of personal finance. We have to understand where these products come from and if these products are green. If I go to the supermarket and I buy a chicken, for example, and it only costs €1, then I have to stop and ask myself, why does this chicken only cost €1? Of course, this is not within the financial wherewithal of many households, but if I can, then I should really set the example and pay what is best for the country and for the environment. So it is really important. We will pass to the final session because we are at the end of our allotted time.
E como de alguma forma algumas das questões que já nos fizeram chegar foram
Now we have some questions which were already answered, and therefore I will focus on a question from Meetup with Me. The question is, the digital transition goes hand in hand with digital literacy. So we have to create a systemic view of the companies. So how do we have to achieve this? Nuno, what is your opinion on this? And then Manuela, also because Manuela wanted to add something. So we'll try to be brief. We only have 2 minutes.
Que é esta transição digital corre o risco, se não for bem feita e para todos, de criar pessoas que beneficiam muito e franjas que beneficiam muito e depois criar info-excluídos.
This will create some who are very well prepared, those that are left behind as well. So this is the transition that we have to look forward to. So we have to make an effort. We have to make certain that in every field, we've seen what's happened here with the crisis. We've seen that there have been problems with those that can't get on the net. And we've seen that, but we know that SMEs, many of them, are going through very difficult times because of the crisis. Now, in actual practice, is there some way that we can actually assist them? I mean, can FIDSI have an agreement, say, with universities? Is that something that might be an avenue? Is there some way that you've mentioned universities? What can you do for SMEs? Well, I think there's a possibility. I mean, we're not structured to do this, but we do see this happening just kind of naturally. Now, you could look at the e-commerce online, and our customers there have started to have free products put at their availability to help retailers that didn't have an online presence before for making sales. Now, they are being brought on board for the platforms, for wholesaling, and also for sales online. This is a new market for them. For many of them, this has been something which has made them in a position, put them in a position to do better. And with meetings such as this, well, we have 1,500 people involved in this meeting. If we weren't doing this digitally, I don't think we could have had so many participants. We couldn't have our participation from Brussels either with Mrs. Leitão Marques. Well, yes, I think that would be, yes, well, I would have had to get on an airplane to participate in the conference. I might have only been there for an hour, say. That was mentioned in the start of this conference. But here, we do have to think about the fact there's a shared responsibility here. The digital side is very important. We've got to make sure that it does reach everyone, that no one's left behind, and not just those who are highly trained who succeed. So the question was, the digital revolution, well, it's not just knowing how to use your telephone or use email or get on a computer and write an email or maybe a calculator app. We've got to go much further today. We've got to really move on to understanding what artificial intelligence means, what algorithms do. And these are the types of things that we're discussing here in Brussels, particularly the Artificial Intelligence Act and here in the Parliament. So we've got to make certain that everyone really is involved, that we understand these aren't just numbers, that behind the numbers are men and women in different social conditions. And it's not always just knowing what you can do, but knowing what can be done. So really, digital literacy needs to be something people learn for all users. It's also important that all firms have access. We've mentioned SMEs, but we've got micro companies that are even more at risk. We've got to assist them. And during the pandemic, we've seen that city governments, like in Coimbra, have organized efforts to make sure that there was a platform so that there could be a possibility for producers to advertise their products on the internet. And indeed, I was able to get fresh fish delivered to my house using this app, brought straight to my doorstep. We've got to continue these efforts. We must leave no one behind, no citizen, no man or woman, no company, despite or regardless of its size, can be left behind. And this is a challenge for the world as well. It's also something which covers those that never are fortunate enough to consume anything. Well, yes, we were able also to get fresh fish from the Azores in my house, so I understand full and well what you're saying. But I know that there is quite a difference between the possibilities of big firms and micro firms, and I think we're all sensitive to that. So we've got to go together and help each other in dealing with the challenges of this new world and a more sustainable world. So I'd like to thank Maria Manuel, Sofia, and Nuno, who were with us today. Also, I'd like to thank those that have been watching these meetings on YouTube. We're going to have now a break for lunch, and we'll be coming back at 2 p.m. Local time. And thank you very much from Brussels, says the MEP.
O Bordal Pinheiro tem de facto um lado simbólico muito forte porque tem o seu percurso todo coincidente com a obra de Rafael Bordal Pinheiro, que foi um dos grandes artistas portugueses de sempre, portanto acaba por ser uma marca ícone, porque nos diz muito a todos nós. Um dos segredos na nossa ótica é manter a coerência da marca e manter sempre esta ligação à forma como os produtos são feitos e que são muito artesanais. Portanto, a modernidade entra ou a inovação entra partindo deste pressuposto.
Empresa familiar, não é? Costumo dizer que é um projeto de vida. Portanto, quando eu iniciei este projeto, eu era um jovem com pouco mais de 20 anos. Com a nova geração, há de facto uma explosão. Fizemos uma evolução muito grande em setores novos, particularmente a óptica, foi uma das grandes apostas nessa altura e ao longo deste processo, destes últimos anos, evoluímos para a área médica e para a área aeronáutica.
Comecei com aquela máquina tradicional, a máquina universal. E depois fomos andando no mercado, fomos servindo bem.
And we did a good job. Our customers compelled us. Can you do this and this? And we grew due to all the work we earned. And we grew. So we renewed ourselves with a new factory, but always investing, always ahead. Community supports were essential. One of the foundations for this most recent project so an increase in capacity of approximately 60%. In addition to this increase in capacity, we also had technological innovation. We're obviously a lot more efficient when it comes to producing our products, and we are more productive. When it comes to Portugal's DNA, well, that has never been ignored or forgotten. There was a limit in terms of investment and technologies. We made a great investment here by taking advantage of Portugal 2020. And right now we are being positioned to ensure that we have the next community framework. YAPME highly believed in us and helped us get here. We have grown a lot. Our investment has allowed us that we've all got this equipment here when it comes to producing. The factory as a whole isn't strict, it's online, and we want to be better tomorrow. To ensure that the brand continue growing, because we realized that it was presented as an international brand, which helped to conquer new channels in different countries. So we export more than 90% of what we produce directly and indirectly. We have great customers who are major international players with factories here in Portugal.
And they export our products. This has been increasing over the last years. If we want to be a competitive country, we've got to invest in technology. We've got to make sure that we do keep up as well. We can't afford to fall asleep. Myself and all other entrepreneurs need to be vigilant. We've got to work hard. It's part of our daily tasks to be always investing in research, to develop new products and new concepts. It's the only way that we're going to be able to continue this legacy that Bordello Pinheiro left us years ago.
A missão da corticeira Amorim é definida por acrescentar valor à cortiça de uma maneira eficiente, inovadora, diferenciadora e em perfeita harmonia com a natureza. A fileira da cortiça, o setor todo da cortiça, tem uma pegada de carbono negativa. No caso concreto da corticeira Amorim, aquilo que são as nossas emissões de carbono diretas e indiretas são eliminadas, são compensadas em mais de 17 vezes pelo montado que fornece a cortiça que compramos para essas mesmas atividades industriais.
Estamos há mais de 30 anos presentes aqui em Odmira e na altura lançámos o que nós chamamos a quarta gama, que basicamente são saladas prontas a consumir, já bem lavadas, já bem preparadas, misturadas e embaladas. Todos os anos investimos um valor muito importante em novas tecnologias, novas máquinas, novos equipamentos e para nós o inovar, novas tecnologias, faz parte do nosso ADN e é importantíssimo para o desenvolvimento do nosso negócio.
A Riopel é uma empresa de base familiar. É uma empresa industrial têxtil que, desde 1927, desde a sua constituição, produz tecido para vestuário. Fornecemos as principais marcas europeias e mundiais. Hoje a empresa é uma empresa essencialmente exportadora. Estamos a falar de que a empresa Riopel produz e vende mais de 95% da sua produção para o exterior. São mercados diversificados que compram diferentes tecidos de acordo com o estilo e a cultura do próprio país.
E a empresa pública que tem a missão de construir, de explorar, de promover o projeto Alqueva. A água traz imensa competitividade. Não é? Com a água, aqui no Alentejo, conseguimos produções que não antes podiam ser sonhadas. E por isso há um aumento de competitividade só pelo facto de trazermos água.
O projeto de intervenção florestal começou na Corticeira Amorim há cerca de 10 anos. Este projeto, com este modelo de silvicultura, tem duas grandes vantagens económicas. Uma, a redução do ciclo de produção de 25 anos para 10 na primeira extração. Outro, a densificação do número de árvores por hectare. E no pilar ambiental, a multiplicação por 7 daquilo que é o sequestro de carbono quando comparado com o montado tradicional.
Alqueva tem a sorte de ser, de facto, este território novo, esta nova terra d'água, onde tudo está a acontecer muito rapidamente e onde se concentrou um conjunto de empreendedores e de agricultores muito competentes e para desenvolver aqui um ecossistema agrícola vibrante, que é o que estamos, no fundo, a assistir.
Nos últimos anos, nos últimos 4 anos, fizemos projetos de investimento de valores significativos, estamos a falar de mais de 20 milhões de euros, dedicados, cujos drivers desses projetos foram sempre a sustentabilidade e o digital. Daí que nós hoje tenhamos a nossa fábrica, digamos, chão de fábrica, praticamente todo monitorizado, com visão artificial, em algumas áreas, o que nos permite, digamos, estarmos já na vanguarda da têxtil. Todos os dias inovamos, todos os dias apresentamos tecidos novos e investimos paralelamente nos processos, ao nível, por exemplo, de todo o equipamento que compramos recentemente, é equipamento que tem essa preocupação ambiental.
Sustentabilidade para nós é fundamental, faz parte do nosso ADN. Temos um conceito que nós chamamos Second Nature, e no Second Nature temos objetivos claramente definidos quanto à pegada de carbono, quanto à biodiversidade, quanto ao consumo de água e à reutilização da nossa água, a eficiência do nosso consumo de água, quanto à qualidade dos solos, e também quanto à parte do consumidor e a parte do uso de plásticos nas nossas embalagens. Então, até 80% dos nossos plásticos são de materiais reciclados, e são todos recicláveis também, ou seja, promovemos também, obviamente, depois a reintegração desses plásticos numa economia circular.
Pretendemos é induzir o comportamento e a alteração de atitude da produção florestal para que considere este modelo de silvicultura como algo válido e, de facto, replique aquilo que é o modelo que temos aqui neste projeto.
Se queremos ser sustentáveis, se a humanidade quer ser sustentável, vai ter que suprir todas as suas necessidades energéticas com fontes renováveis, de preferência com produção localizada, distribuída e perto do local de consumo. Isto é exatamente o que temos aqui. Eu acho que também temos aqui um papel muito importante de apontar o caminho.
A Europa é a maior economia industrial do mundo. É uma economia bastante exportadora e que, desde o século XVIII, mantém a liderança num conjunto de tecnologias industriais muito importantes para toda a humanidade. É isso que nos tem permitido criar empregos de qualidade, assegurar a acumulação de capital para investir no nosso futuro coletivo, desenvolver um Estado social e partilhar a prosperidade no passado. Mas a indústria europeia está neste momento num momento de viragem e de desafio. Por um lado, porque tem que se adaptar às novas necessidades da transição climática. Por outro lado, porque todo o potencial futuro da nossa indústria vai depender da capacidade que tivermos de preparar as nossas empresas, as nossas infraestruturas, as nossas pessoas para trabalhar num ambiente digital. As prioridades da presidência portuguesa em matéria industrial, por isso, passam por definir uma nova estratégia industrial para a Europa. Como assegurar que a Europa mantém uma liderança industrial forte, que consegue incorporar as tecnologias digitais nos seus processos de produção e nos seus modelos de negócio e que se consegue adaptar aos desafios de uma economia mais baixa em intensidade carbónica, mais eficiente no aproveitamento da energia. Mas, sobretudo, como continuamos a fazer recurso à inovação, ao conhecimento, à ciência e à tecnologia, na incorporação de produtos industriais para o futuro. Estas possibilidades de discussão de uma estratégia industrial para a Europa que dê clareza aos investidores industriais e que forneça, designadamente com o plano Next Generation EU, Os recursos para que as nossas indústrias se possam adaptar a este novo paradigma é a nossa prioridade. Também estaremos focados na transição digital da Europa, designadamente com o estabelecimento de regras através do regulamento dos mercados digitais e do regulamento dos serviços digitais que nos permita viver melhor numa economia e numa sociedade que dependa bem destes paradigmas.
Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia durante o primeiro semestre de 2021. É a oportunidade para promover uma agenda atual para a União Europeia, indo ao encontro dos cidadãos europeus, das suas ambições, dos seus interesses e assuntos, dos desafios globais que têm impacto nas suas vidas. É um reencontro dos Estados-membros numa altura de extrema importância para a coesão e solidariedade da equipa europeia em torno dos seus valores, metas e objetivos de crescimento. As transformações que se fazem sentir em todo o mundo e nos afetam a todos merecem da União Europeia respostas sustentáveis, responsáveis, globais. A presidência portuguesa vai destacar a forma global e integrada com que a União Europeia responde aos grandes desafios da modernidade. A Europa social, a transformação digital, as preocupações ambientais, a abertura a outras regiões do mundo. A resiliência da Europa assenta na solidez das suas respostas e modelos de desenvolvimento, que colocam os cidadãos no centro do projeto europeu e que contam com a coesão e solidariedade das suas comunidades para superar as adversidades, nunca deixando ninguém para trás. Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia com a naturalidade da sua liderança, no diálogo com outras regiões do globo e com os seus exemplos de boas práticas nas políticas de desenvolvimento, demonstrando a resiliência do modelo social europeu. Portugal vai projetar uma mensagem de solidariedade e de confiança no futuro, promovendo o país na Europa e no mundo, destacando a sustentabilidade ambiental e social, a globalização responsável, o acesso à tecnologia e à digitalização. A partir do Centro Cultural de Belém, centro operacional da Presidência, as atividades e reuniões vão alargar-se a outras cidades de Portugal e a palcos virtuais por streaming e videoconferência com outros Estados-membros. Uma presidência digital em que a tecnologia e a inovação aproximam a Europa e os cidadãos. Esta visão integrada afirma Portugal como protagonista global aberto ao mundo, que assume o seu papel condutor da União Europeia por ocasião da presidência. Presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia. Tempo de agir por uma recuperação justa, verde e digital.
A Bordal Pinheiro tem, de facto, um lado simbólico muito forte, porque tem o seu percurso todo coincidente com a obra de Rafael Bordal Pinheiro, que foi um dos grandes artistas portugueses de sempre, portanto, acaba por ser uma marca ícone, porque nos diz muito a todos nós. Um dos segredos na nossa ótica é manter a coerência da marca e manter sempre esta ligação à forma como os produtos são feitos e que são muito artesanais. Portanto, a modernidade entra ou a inovação entra partindo deste pressuposto.
Empresa familiar, não é? Costumo dizer que é um projeto de vida. Portanto, quando eu iniciei este projeto, eu era um jovem com pouco mais de 20 anos. Com a nova geração, há de facto uma explosão. Fizemos uma evolução muito grande em setores novos, particularmente a óptica. Foi uma das grandes apostas nessa altura e, ao longo deste processo, destes últimos anos, evoluímos para a área médica e para a área aeronáutica.
Comecei com aquela máquina tradicional, a máquina universal. E depois fomos andando no mercado, fomos servindo bem, os nossos clientes impuseram, olha, és mais capaz de fazer mais esta obra, mais esta, e a gente foi crescendo pela força do trabalho que a gente ia angariando, e cresceu. Então, renovámos, pusemos a fábrica nova, mas sempre a investir, está sempre na onda da frente.
Os apoios comunitários foram fundamentais para esta reengenharia global que fizemos da unidade. Este projeto mais recente teve como um dos pilares de aumento de capacidade em cerca de 60%. A par desse aumento de capacidade também sempre evolução tecnológica. Ao nível da eficiência energética também, obviamente fazer os produtos de forma muito mais eficiente, de forma muito mais produtiva, mas mantendo sempre o ADN bordaliano.
Houve aqui um crescimento de produção e de tecnologia também. Fizemos aqui um grande investimento, aproveitando o Portugal 2020. E neste momento estamos a posicionar, de facto, para voltar a estarmos presentes no próximo quadro comunitário.
Com a ajuda do Diabo Meio, o Diabo Meio fez apostou em nós forte, e nós, com essa ajuda, estamos aqui, crescemos muito. O nosso investimento permite-nos hoje. A gente tem uma engenharia toda a produzir, seja o que for, tudo online. Online. A fábrica no seu todo não é nada rígida, é online. E queremos ser melhor amanhã.
A internacionalização foi um dos pilares fundamentais para fazer crescer a marca, porque se entendeu que o produto e a marca tinham capacidade para se tornarem globais. Apresentou-se como uma marca internacional, o que ajudou muito a conquistar novos canais em vários países.
Nós exportamos, exportação direta e indireta, exportamos mais de 90% da nossa produção, mais de 90%. Nós temos grandes clientes nossos que são grandes players internacionais e que têm fábricas cá em Portugal, e também temos a exportação direta com um crescimento bastante acentuado nos últimos tempos.
Se nós queremos ser um país competitivo, temos que investir na tecnologia e temos que acompanhar. Hoje é a altura de nós não adormecermos. Os empresários todos, não adormecer, porque se adormecem, podem acordar tarde.
E faz parte do nosso dia-a-dia estar constantemente a investigar, a desenvolver novos produtos, novos conceitos. Portanto, é a única forma de continuarmos com este legado que nos foi deixado há 137 anos por Bordal Pinheiro.
A missão da Corticeira Amorim é definida por acrescentar valor à cortiça de uma maneira eficiente, inovadora, diferenciadora e em perfeita harmonia com a natureza. A fileira da cortiça, o setor todo da cortiça, tem uma pegada de carbono negativa. No caso concreto da corticeira Amorim, aquilo que são as nossas emissões de carbono diretas e indiretas são eliminadas, são compensadas em mais de 17 vezes pelo montado que fornece a cortiça que compramos para essas mesmas atividades industriais.
Estamos há mais de 30 anos presentes aqui em Odmira e na altura lançámos o que nós chamamos a quarta gama, que basicamente são saladas prontas a consumir, já bem lavadas, já bem preparadas, misturadas e embaladas. Todos os anos investimos um valor muito importante em novas tecnologias, novas máquinas, novos equipamentos e para nós o inovar, novas tecnologias, faz parte do nosso ADN e é importantíssimo para o desenvolvimento do nosso negócio.
A Riopel é uma empresa de base familiar, é uma empresa industrial têxtil que desde 1927, desde a sua constituição, produz tecido para vestuário. Fornecemos as principais marcas europeias e mundiais. Hoje a empresa é uma empresa essencialmente exportadora. Estamos a falar de que a empresa Riopel produz e vende mais de 95% da sua produção para o exterior. São mercados diversificados que compram diferentes tecidos de acordo com o estilo e a cultura do próprio país.
E a empresa pública que tem a missão de construir, de explorar, de promover o projeto Alqueva. A água traz imensa competitividade, não é? Com a água, aqui no Alentejo, conseguimos produções que não antes podiam ser sonhadas. E por isso há um aumento de competitividade só pelo facto de trazermos água.
O projeto de intervenção florestal começou na corticeira Amorim há cerca de 10 anos. Este projeto, com este modelo de silvicultura, tem duas grandes vantagens económicas. Uma, a redução do ciclo de produção de 25 anos para 10 na primeira extração. Outro, a densificação do número de árvores por hectare. E no pilar ambiental, a multiplicação por 7 daquilo que é o sequestro de carbono quando comparado com o montado tradicional.
Alqueva tem a sorte de ser, de facto, este território novo, esta nova terra d'água, onde tudo está a acontecer muito rapidamente e onde se concentrou um conjunto de empreendedores e de agricultores muito competentes e para desenvolver aqui um ecossistema agrícola vibrante, que é o que estamos, no fundo, a assistir.
Nos últimos anos, nos últimos 4 anos, fizemos projetos de investimento de valores significativos, estamos a falar de mais de 20 milhões de euros, dedicados, cujos drivers desses projetos foram sempre a sustentabilidade e o digital. Daí que nós hoje tenhamos a nossa fábrica, digamos, chão de fábrica, praticamente todo monitorizado, com visão artificial, em algumas áreas, o que nos permite, digamos, estarmos já na vanguarda da têxtil. Todos os dias inovamos, todos os dias apresentamos tecidos novos e investimos paralelamente nos processos, ao nível, por exemplo, de todo o equipamento que compramos recentemente, é equipamento que tem essa preocupação ambiental.
Sustentabilidade para nós é fundamental, faz parte do nosso ADN. Temos um conceito que nós chamamos Second Nature e no Second Nature temos objetivos claramente definidos quanto à pegada de carbono, quanto à biodiversidade, quanto ao consumo de água e à reutilização da nossa água, a eficiência do nosso consumo de água, quanto à qualidade dos solos e também quanto à parte do consumidor e a parte do uso de plásticos nas nossas embalagens. Então até 80% dos nossos plásticos são de materiais reciclados e são todos recicláveis também, ou seja, promovemos também, obviamente, depois a reintegração desses plásticos numa economia circular.
Pretendemos é induzir o comportamento e a alteração de atitude da produção florestal para que considere este modelo de silvicultura como algo válido e, de facto, replique aquilo que é o modelo que temos aqui neste projeto.
Se queremos ser sustentáveis, se a humanidade quer ser sustentável, vai ter que suprir todas as suas necessidades energéticas com fontes renováveis. de preferência, com produção localizada, distribuída e perto do local de consumo. Isto é exatamente o que temos aqui. Eu acho que também temos aqui um papel muito importante de apontar o caminho.
A Europa é a maior economia industrial do mundo. É uma economia bastante exportadora e que, desde o século XVIII, mantém a liderança num conjunto de tecnologias industriais muito importantes para toda a humanidade. É isso que nos tem permitido criar empregos de qualidade, assegurar a acumulação de capital para investir no nosso futuro coletivo, desenvolver um Estado social e partilhar a prosperidade no passado. Mas a indústria europeia está neste momento num momento de viragem e de desafio. Por um lado, porque tem que se adaptar às novas necessidades da transição climática. Por outro lado, porque todo o potencial futuro da nossa indústria vai depender da capacidade que tivermos de preparar as nossas empresas, as nossas infraestruturas, as nossas pessoas para trabalhar num ambiente digital. As prioridades da presidência portuguesa em matéria industrial, por isso, passam por definir uma nova estratégia industrial para a Europa. Como assegurar que a Europa mantém uma liderança industrial forte, que consegue incorporar as tecnologias digitais nos seus processos de produção e nos seus modelos de negócio e que se consegue adaptar aos desafios de uma economia mais baixa em intensidade carbónica, mais eficiente no aproveitamento da energia. Mas, sobretudo, como continuamos a fazer recurso à inovação, ao conhecimento, à ciência e à tecnologia, na incorporação de produtos industriais para o futuro. Estas possibilidades de discussão de uma estratégia industrial para a Europa que dê clareza aos investidores industriais e que forneça, designadamente com o plano Next Generation EU, os recursos para que as nossas indústrias se possam adaptar a este novo paradigma, é a nossa prioridade. Também estaremos focados na transição digital da Europa, designadamente com o estabelecimento de regras, através do regulamento dos mercados digitais e do regulamento dos serviços digitais, que nos permita viver melhor numa economia e numa sociedade que dependa bem destes paradigmas.
Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia durante o primeiro semestre de 2021. É a oportunidade para promover uma agenda atual para a União Europeia, indo ao encontro dos cidadãos europeus, das suas ambições, dos seus interesses e assuntos, dos desafios globais que têm impacto nas suas vidas. É um reencontro dos Estados-membros numa altura de extrema importância para a coesão e solidariedade da equipa europeia em torno dos seus valores, metas e objetivos de crescimento. As transformações que se fazem sentir em todo o mundo e nos afetam a todos merecem da União Europeia respostas sustentáveis, responsáveis, globais. A presidência portuguesa vai destacar a forma global e integrada com que a União Europeia responde aos grandes desafios da modernidade. A Europa social, a transformação digital, as preocupações ambientais, a abertura a outras regiões do mundo. A resiliência da Europa assenta na solidez das suas respostas e modelos de desenvolvimento, que colocam os cidadãos no centro do projeto europeu e que contam com a coesão e solidariedade das suas comunidades para superar as adversidades, nunca deixando ninguém para trás. Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia com a naturalidade da sua liderança, no diálogo com outras regiões do globo e com os seus exemplos de boas práticas nas políticas de desenvolvimento, demonstrando a resiliência do modelo social europeu. Portugal vai projetar uma mensagem de solidariedade e de confiança no futuro, promovendo o país na Europa e no mundo, destacando a sustentabilidade ambiental e social, a globalização responsável, o acesso à tecnologia e à digitalização. A partir do Centro Cultural de Belém, centro operacional da Presidência, as atividades e reuniões vão alargar-se a outras cidades de Portugal e a palcos virtuais por streaming e videoconferência com outros Estados-membros. Uma presidência digital em que a tecnologia e a inovação aproximam a Europa e os cidadãos. Esta visão integrada afirma Portugal como protagonista global aberto ao mundo, que assume o seu papel condutor da União Europeia por ocasião da presidência. Presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia. Tempo de agir por uma recuperação justa, verde e digital.
A Bordal Pinheiro tem, de facto, um lado simbólico muito forte, porque tem o seu percurso todo coincidente com a obra de Rafael Bordal Pinheiro, que foi um dos grandes artistas portugueses de sempre, portanto, acaba por ser uma marca ícone, porque nos diz muito a todos nós. Um dos segredos na nossa ótica é manter a coerência da marca e manter sempre esta ligação à forma como os produtos são feitos, e que são muito artesanais. Portanto, a modernidade entra, ou a inovação entra, partindo deste pressuposto.
É uma empresa familiar, não é? Costumo dizer que é um projeto de vida. Quando eu iniciei este projeto, eu era um jovem com pouco mais de 20 anos. Com a nova geração, há de facto uma explosão. Fizemos uma evolução muito grande em setores novos, particularmente a óptica, foi uma das grandes apostas nessa altura, e ao longo deste processo, destes últimos anos, evoluímos para a área médica e para a área aeronáutica.
Comecei com aquela máquina tradicional, a máquina universal. E depois fomos andando no mercado, fomos servindo bem, os nossos clientes impuseram, olha, és mais capaz de fazer mais esta obra, mais esta, e a gente foi crescendo pela força do trabalho que a gente ia angariando, e cresceu. Então, renovámos, pusemos a fábrica nova, mas sempre a investir, está sempre na onda da frente.
Os apoios comunitários foram fundamentais para esta reengenharia global que fizemos da unidade. Este projeto mais recente teve como um dos pilares de aumento de capacidade em cerca de 60%, a par desse aumento de capacidade também sempre evolução tecnológica. Ao nível da eficiência energética também, obviamente fazer os produtos de forma muito mais eficiente, de forma muito mais produtiva, mas mantendo sempre o ADN bordaliano.
Houve aqui um crescimento de produção e de tecnologia também. Fizemos aqui um grande investimento, aproveitando o Portugal 2020 E neste momento estamos a posicionar, de facto, para voltar a estarmos presentes no próximo quadro comunitário.
Com a ajuda do PPEU, o PPEU fez apostou em nós forte, e nós, com essa ajuda, estamos aqui, crescemos muito. O nosso investimento permite-nos hoje, a gente tem uma engenharia toda a produzir, seja o que for, tudo online. Online. A fábrica no seu todo não é nada rígida, é online. E queremos ser melhor amanhã.
A internacionalização foi um dos pilares fundamentais para fazer crescer a marca, porque se entendeu que o produto e a marca tinham capacidade para se tornarem globais. Apresentou-se como uma marca internacional, o que ajudou muito a conquistar novos canais em vários países.
Nós exportamos, exportação direta e indireta, exportamos mais de 90% da nossa produção, mais de 90%. Nós temos grandes clientes nossos que são grandes players internacionais e que têm fábricas cá em Portugal, e também temos a exportação direta com um crescimento bastante acentuado nos últimos tempos.
Se nós queremos ser um país competitivo, temos que investir na tecnologia e temos que acompanhar. Hoje é a altura de nós não adormecermos. Os empresários todos, não adormecer, porque se adormecem, podem acordar tarde.
E faz parte do nosso dia-a-dia estar constantemente a investigar, a desenvolver novos produtos, novos conceitos. Portanto, é a única forma de continuarmos com este legado que nos foi deixado há 137 anos por Bordal Pinheiro.
A missão da corticeira Amorim é definida por acrescentar valor à cortiça de uma maneira eficiente, inovadora, diferenciadora e em perfeita harmonia com a natureza. A fileira da cortiça, o setor todo da cortiça, tem uma pegada de carbono negativa. No caso concreto da corticeira Amorim, aquilo que são as nossas emissões de carbono diretas e indiretas são eliminadas, são compensadas em mais de 17 vezes pelo montado que fornece a cortiça que compramos para essas mesmas atividades industriais.
Estamos há mais de 30 anos presentes aqui em Odmira e na altura lançámos o que nós chamamos a quarta gama, que basicamente são saladas prontas a consumir, já bem lavadas, já bem preparadas, misturadas e embaladas. Todos os anos investimos um valor muito importante em novas tecnologias, novas máquinas, novos equipamentos e para nós o inovar, novas tecnologias, faz parte do nosso ADN e é importantíssimo para o desenvolvimento do nosso negócio.
A Riopel é uma empresa de base familiar. É uma empresa industrial têxtil que, desde 1927, desde a sua constituição, produz tecido para vestuário. Fornecemos as principais marcas europeias e mundiais. Hoje a empresa é uma empresa essencialmente exportadora. Estamos a falar de que a empresa Riopel produz e vende mais de 95% da sua produção para o exterior. São mercados diversificados que compram diferentes tecidos de acordo com o estilo e a cultura do próprio país.
Bem, e a empresa pública que tem a missão de construir, de explorar, de promover o projeto Alqueva. A água traz imensa competitividade, não é? Com a água, aqui no Alentejo, conseguimos produções que não antes podiam ser sonhadas. E por isso há um aumento de competitividade só pelo facto de trazermos água.
O projeto de intervenção florestal começou na corticeira Amorim há cerca de 9, 10 anos. Este projeto com este modelo de silvicultura tem duas grandes vantagens económicas, uma a redução do ciclo de produção de 25 anos para 10 na primeira extração, outro a densificação do número de árvores por hectare e no pilar ambiental a multiplicação por 7 daquilo que é o sequestro de carbono quando comparado com o montado tradicional.
Alqueva tem a sorte de ser, de facto, este território novo, esta nova terra d'água, onde tudo está a acontecer muito rapidamente e onde se concentrou um conjunto de empreendedores e de agricultores muito competentes e para desenvolver aqui um ecossistema agrícola vibrante, que é o que estamos, no fundo, a assistir.
Nos últimos anos, nos últimos 4 anos, fizemos projetos de investimento de valores significativos, estamos a falar de mais de 20 milhões de euros, dedicados, cujos drivers desses projetos foram sempre a sustentabilidade e o digital. Daí que nós hoje tenhamos a nossa fábrica, digamos, chão de fábrica, praticamente todo monitorizado, com visão artificial, em algumas áreas, o que nos permite, digamos, estarmos já na vanguarda da têxtil. Todos os dias inovamos, todos os dias apresentamos tecidos novos e investimos paralelamente nos processos, ao nível, por exemplo, de todo o equipamento que compramos recentemente, é equipamento que tem essa preocupação ambiental.
Sustentabilidade para nós é fundamental, faz parte do nosso ADN. Temos um conceito que nós chamamos Second Nature, e no Second Nature temos objetivos claramente definidos quanto à pegada de carbono, quanto à biodiversidade, quanto ao consumo de água e à reutilização da nossa água, a eficiência do nosso consumo de água, quanto à qualidade dos solos, e também quanto à parte do consumidor e a parte do uso de plásticos nas nossas embalagens. Então, até 80% dos nossos plásticos são de materiais reciclados, e são todos recicláveis também, ou seja, promovemos também, obviamente, depois a reintegração desses plásticos numa economia circular.
Pretendemos é induzir o comportamento e a alteração de atitude da produção florestal para que considere este modelo de silvicultura como algo válido e, de facto, replique aquilo que é o modelo que temos aqui neste projeto.
Se queremos ser sustentáveis, se a humanidade quer ser sustentável, vai ter que suprir todas as suas necessidades energéticas com fontes renováveis, de preferência com produção localizada, distribuída e perto do local de consumo. Isto é exatamente o que temos aqui. Eu acho que também temos aqui um papel muito importante de apontar o caminho.
A Europa é a maior economia industrial do mundo. É uma economia bastante exportadora e que, desde o século XVIII, mantém a liderança num conjunto de tecnologias industriais muito importantes para toda a humanidade. É isso que nos tem permitido criar empregos de qualidade, assegurar a acumulação de capital para investir no nosso futuro coletivo, desenvolver um Estado social e partilhar a prosperidade no passado. Mas a indústria europeia está neste momento num momento de viragem e de desafio. Por um lado, porque tem que se adaptar às novas necessidades da transição climática. Por outro lado, porque todo o potencial futuro da nossa indústria vai depender da capacidade que tivermos de preparar as nossas empresas, as nossas infraestruturas, as nossas pessoas para trabalhar num ambiente digital. As prioridades da presidência portuguesa em matéria industrial, por isso, passam por definir uma nova estratégia industrial para a Europa. Como assegurar que a Europa mantém uma liderança industrial forte, que consegue incorporar as tecnologias digitais nos seus processos de produção e nos seus modelos de negócio e que se consegue adaptar aos desafios de uma economia mais baixa em intensidade carbónica, mais eficiente no aproveitamento da energia. Mas, sobretudo, como continuamos a fazer recurso à inovação, ao conhecimento, à ciência e à tecnologia, na incorporação de produtos industriais para o futuro. Estas possibilidades de discussão de uma estratégia industrial para a Europa que dê clareza aos investidores industriais e que forneça, designadamente com o plano Next Generation EU, os recursos para que as nossas indústrias se possam adaptar a este novo paradigma, é a nossa prioridade. Também estaremos focados na transição digital da Europa, designadamente com o estabelecimento de regras através do regulamento dos mercados digitais e do regulamento dos serviços digitais que nos permita viver melhor numa economia e numa sociedade que dependa bem destes paradigmas.
Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia durante o primeiro semestre de 2021. É a oportunidade para promover uma agenda atual para a União Europeia, indo ao encontro dos cidadãos europeus, das suas ambições, dos seus interesses e assuntos, dos desafios globais que têm impacto nas suas vidas. É um reencontro dos Estados-membros numa altura de extrema importância para a coesão e solidariedade da equipa europeia em torno dos seus valores, metas e objetivos de crescimento. As transformações que se fazem sentir em todo o mundo e nos afetam a todos merecem da União Europeia respostas sustentáveis, responsáveis, globais. A presidência portuguesa vai destacar a forma global e integrada com que a União Europeia responde aos grandes desafios da modernidade. A Europa social, a transformação digital, as preocupações ambientais, a abertura a outras regiões do mundo. A resiliência da Europa assenta na solidez das suas respostas e modelos de desenvolvimento, que colocam os cidadãos no centro do projeto europeu e que contam com a coesão e solidariedade das suas comunidades para superar as adversidades, nunca deixando ninguém para trás. Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia com a naturalidade da sua liderança, no diálogo com outras regiões do globo e com os seus exemplos de boas práticas nas políticas de desenvolvimento, demonstrando a resiliência do modelo social europeu. Portugal vai projetar uma mensagem de solidariedade e de confiança no futuro, promovendo o país na Europa e no mundo, destacando a sustentabilidade ambiental e social, a globalização responsável, o acesso à tecnologia e à digitalização. A partir do Centro Cultural de Belém, centro operacional da Presidência, as atividades e reuniões vão alargar-se a outras cidades de Portugal e a palcos virtuais por streaming e videoconferência com outros Estados-membros. Uma presidência digital em que a tecnologia e a inovação aproximam a Europa e os cidadãos. Esta visão integrada afirma Portugal como protagonista global aberto ao mundo, que assume o seu papel condutor da União Europeia por ocasião da presidência. Presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia. Tempo de agir por uma recuperação justa, verde e digital.
A Bordal Pinheiro tem de facto um lado simbólico muito forte porque tem o seu percurso todo coincidente com a obra de Rafael Bordal Pinheiro, que foi um dos grandes artistas portugueses de sempre, portanto acaba por ser uma marca ícone porque nos diz muito a todos nós. Um dos segredos na nossa ótica é manter a coerência da marca e manter sempre esta ligação à forma como os produtos são feitos e que são muito artesanais. Portanto, a modernidade entra ou a inovação entra partindo deste pressuposto.
É uma empresa familiar, não é? Costumo dizer que é um projeto de vida. Quando eu iniciei este projeto, eu era um jovem com pouco mais de 20 anos. Com a nova geração, há de facto uma explosão. Fizemos uma evolução muito grande em setores novos, particularmente a óptica, foi uma das grandes apostas nessa altura e ao longo deste processo, destes últimos anos, evoluímos para a área médica e para a área aeronáutica.
Comecei com aquela máquina tradicional, a máquina universal. E depois fomos andando no mercado, fomos servindo bem, os nossos clientes impuseram, olha, és mais capaz de fazer mais esta obra, mais esta, e a gente foi crescendo pela força do trabalho que a gente ia angariando, e cresceu. Então, renovámos, fizemos a fábrica nova, mas sempre a investir, está sempre na onda da frente.
Os apoios comunitários foram fundamentais para esta reengenharia global que fizemos da unidade. Este projeto mais recente teve como um dos pilares de aumento de capacidade em cerca de 60%. A par desse aumento de capacidade também sempre evolução tecnológica. Ao nível da eficiência energética também, obviamente fazer os produtos de forma muito mais eficiente, de forma muito mais produtiva, mas mantendo sempre o ADN bordaliano.
Houve aqui um crescimento de produção e de tecnologia também. Fizemos aqui um grande investimento, aproveitando o Portugal 2020. E neste momento estamos a posicionar, de facto, para voltar a estarmos presentes no próximo quadro comunitário.
Com a ajuda do Diabo do Meio, o Diabo do Meio fez apostou em nós forte, e nós, com essa ajuda, estamos aqui, crescemos muito. O nosso investimento permite-nos hoje. A gente tem uma engenharia toda a produzir, seja o que for, tudo online. Online. A fábrica no seu todo não é nada rígida, é online. E queremos ser melhor amanhã.
A internacionalização foi um dos pilares fundamentais para fazer crescer a marca, porque se entendeu que o produto e a marca tinham capacidade para se tornarem globais. Apresentou-se como uma marca internacional, o que ajudou muito a conquistar novos canais em vários países.
Nós exportamos, exportação direta e indireta, exportamos mais de 90% da nossa produção, mais de 90%. Nós temos grandes clientes nossos que são grandes players internacionais e que têm fábricas cá em Portugal, e também temos a exportação direta com um crescimento bastante acentuado nos últimos tempos.
Se nós queremos ser um país competitivo, temos que investir na tecnologia e temos que acompanhar. Hoje é a altura de nós não adormecermos. Os empresários todos, não adormecer, porque se adormecem, podem acordar tarde.
E faz parte do nosso dia-a-dia estar constantemente a investigar, a desenvolver novos produtos, novos conceitos. Portanto, é a única forma de continuarmos com este legado que nos foi deixado há 137 anos por Bordal Pinheiro.
A missão da corticeira Amorim é definida por acrescentar valor à cortiça de uma maneira eficiente, inovadora, diferenciadora e em perfeita harmonia com a natureza. A fileira da cortiça, o setor todo da cortiça, tem uma pegada de carbono negativa. No caso concreto da corticeira Amorim, aquilo que são as nossas emissões de carbono, diretas e indiretas, são eliminadas, são compensadas em mais de 17 vezes pelo montado que fornece a cortiça que compramos para essas mesmas atividades industriais.
Estamos há mais de 30 anos presentes aqui em Odmira e na altura lançámos o que nós chamamos a quarta gama, que basicamente são saladas prontas a consumir, já bem lavadas, já bem preparadas, misturadas e embaladas. Todos os anos investimos um valor muito importante em novas tecnologias, novas máquinas, novos equipamentos e para nós o inovar, novas tecnologias, faz parte do nosso ADN e é importantíssimo para o desenvolvimento do nosso negócio.
A Riopel é uma empresa de base familiar, é uma empresa industrial têxtil que desde 1927, desde a sua constituição, produz tecido para vestuário. Fornecemos as principais marcas europeias e mundiais. Hoje a empresa é uma empresa essencialmente exportadora. Estamos a falar de que a empresa Riopel produz e vende mais de 95% da sua produção para o exterior. São mercados diversificados que compram diferentes tecidos de acordo com o estilo e a cultura do próprio país.
Bem, e a empresa pública que tem a missão de construir, de explorar, de promover o projeto Alqueva. A água traz imensa competitividade, não é? Com a água, aqui no Alentejo, conseguimos produções que não antes podiam ser sonhadas. E por isso há um aumento de competitividade só pelo facto de trazermos água.
O projeto de intervenção florestal começou na Corticeira Amorim há cerca de 10 anos. Este projeto, com este modelo de silvicultura, tem duas grandes vantagens económicas. Uma, a redução do ciclo de produção de 25 anos para 10 na primeira extração. Outro, a densificação do número de árvores por hectare. E no pilar ambiental, a multiplicação por 7 daquilo que é o sequestro de carbono quando comparado com o montado tradicional.
Alqueva tem a sorte de ser, de facto, este território novo, esta nova terra d'água, onde tudo está a acontecer muito rapidamente e onde se concentrou um conjunto de empreendedores e de agricultores muito competentes e para desenvolver aqui um ecossistema agrícola vibrante, que é o que estamos, no fundo, a assistir.
Nos últimos anos, nos últimos 4 anos, fizemos projetos de investimento de valores significativos, estamos a falar de mais de 20 milhões de euros, dedicados, cujos drivers desses projetos foram sempre a sustentabilidade e o digital. Daí que nós hoje tenhamos a nossa fábrica, digamos, chão de fábrica, praticamente todo monitorizado, com visão artificial, em algumas áreas, o que nos permite, digamos, estarmos já na vanguarda da têxtil. Todos os dias inovamos, todos os dias apresentamos tecidos novos e investimos paralelamente nos processos, ao nível, por exemplo, de todo o equipamento que compramos recentemente, é equipamento que tem essa preocupação ambiental.
Sustentabilidade para nós é fundamental, faz parte do nosso ADN. Temos um conceito que nós chamamos Second Nature e no Second Nature temos objetivos claramente definidos quanto à pegada de carbono, quanto à biodiversidade, quanto ao consumo de água e à reutilização da nossa água, a eficiência do nosso consumo de água, quanto à qualidade dos solos e também quanto à parte do consumidor e a parte do uso de plásticos nas nossas embalagens. Então, até 80% dos nossos plásticos são de materiais reciclados e são todos recicláveis também, ou seja, promovemos também, obviamente, depois a reintegração desses plásticos numa economia circular.
Pretendemos é induzir o comportamento e a alteração de atitude da produção florestal para que considere este modelo de silvicultura como algo válido e, de facto, replique aquilo que é o modelo que temos aqui neste projeto.
Se queremos ser sustentáveis, se a humanidade quer ser sustentável, vai ter que suprir todas as suas necessidades energéticas com fontes renováveis, de preferência com produção localizada, distribuída e perto do local de consumo. Isto é exatamente o que temos aqui. Eu acho que também temos aqui um papel muito importante de apontar o caminho.
A Europa é a maior economia industrial do mundo. É uma economia bastante exportadora e que, desde o século XVIII, mantém a liderança num conjunto de tecnologias industriais muito importantes para toda a humanidade. É isso que nos tem permitido criar empregos de qualidade, assegurar a acumulação de capital para investir no nosso futuro coletivo, desenvolver um Estado social e partilhar a prosperidade no passado. Mas a indústria europeia está neste momento num momento de viragem e de desafio. Por um lado, porque tem que se adaptar às novas necessidades da transição climática. Por outro lado, porque todo o potencial futuro da nossa indústria vai depender da capacidade que tivermos de preparar as nossas empresas, as nossas infraestruturas, as nossas pessoas para trabalhar num ambiente digital. As prioridades da presidência portuguesa em matéria industrial, por isso, passam por definir uma nova estratégia industrial para a Europa. Como assegurar que a Europa mantém uma liderança industrial forte, que consegue incorporar as tecnologias digitais nos seus processos de produção e nos seus modelos de negócio e que se consegue adaptar aos desafios de uma economia mais baixa em intensidade carbónica, mais eficiente no aproveitamento da energia. Mas, sobretudo, como continuamos a fazer recurso à inovação, ao conhecimento, à ciência e à tecnologia, na incorporação de produtos industriais para o futuro. Estas possibilidades de discussão de uma estratégia industrial para a Europa que dê clareza aos investidores industriais e que forneça, designadamente com o plano Next Generation EU, os recursos para que as nossas indústrias se possam adaptar a este novo paradigma, é a nossa prioridade. Também estaremos focados na transição digital da Europa, designadamente com o estabelecimento de regras, através do regulamento dos mercados digitais e do regulamento dos serviços digitais, que nos permita viver melhor numa economia e numa sociedade que dependa bem destes paradigmas.
Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia durante o primeiro semestre de 2021. É a oportunidade para promover uma agenda atual para a União Europeia, indo ao encontro dos cidadãos europeus, das suas ambições, dos seus interesses e assuntos, dos desafios globais que têm impacto nas suas vidas. É um reencontro dos Estados-membros numa altura de extrema importância para a coesão e solidariedade da equipa europeia em torno dos seus valores, metas e objetivos de crescimento. As transformações que se fazem sentir em todo o mundo e nos afetam a todos merecem da União Europeia respostas sustentáveis, responsáveis, globais. A presidência portuguesa vai destacar a forma global e integrada com que a União Europeia responde aos grandes desafios da modernidade. A Europa social, a transformação digital, as preocupações ambientais, a abertura a outras regiões do mundo. A resiliência da Europa assenta na solidez das suas respostas e modelos de desenvolvimento, que colocam os cidadãos no centro do projeto europeu e que contam com a coesão e solidariedade das suas comunidades para superar as adversidades, nunca deixando ninguém para trás. Portugal assume a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia com a naturalidade da sua liderança, no diálogo com outras regiões do globo e com os seus exemplos de boas práticas nas políticas de desenvolvimento, demonstrando a resiliência do modelo social europeu. Portugal vai projetar uma mensagem de solidariedade e de confiança no futuro, promovendo o país na Europa e no mundo, destacando a sustentabilidade ambiental e social, a globalização responsável, o acesso à tecnologia e à digitalização. A partir do Centro Cultural de Belém, centro operacional da Presidência, as atividades e reuniões vão alargar-se a outras cidades de Portugal e a palcos virtuais por streaming e videoconferência com outros Estados-membros. Uma presidência digital em que a tecnologia e a inovação aproximam a Europa e os cidadãos. Esta visão integrada afirma Portugal como protagonista global aberto ao mundo, que assume o seu papel condutor da União Europeia por ocasião da presidência. Presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia. Tempo de agir por uma recuperação justa, verde e digital.
A Bordal Pinheiro tem de facto um lado simbólico muito forte porque tem o seu percurso todo coincidente com a obra de Rafael Bordal Pinheiro, que foi um dos grandes artistas portugueses de sempre, portanto acaba por ser uma marca ícone, porque nos diz muito a todos nós. Um dos segredos na nossa ótica é manter a coerência da marca e manter sempre esta ligação à forma como os produtos são feitos e que são muito artesanais. Portanto, a modernidade entra ou a inovação entra partindo deste pressuposto.
Empresa familiar, não é? Costumo dizer que é um projeto de vida. Portanto, quando eu iniciei este projeto, eu era um jovem com pouco mais de 20 anos. Com a nova geração, há de facto uma explosão. Fizemos uma evolução muito grande em setores novos, particularmente a óptica, foi uma das grandes apostas nessa altura e ao longo deste processo, destes últimos anos, evoluímos para a área médica e para a área aeronáutica.
Comecei com aquela máquina tradicional, a máquina universal. E depois fomos andando no mercado, fomos servindo bem, os nossos clientes impuseram, olha, és mais capaz de fazer mais esta obra, mais esta, e a gente foi crescendo pela força do trabalho que a gente ia angariando, e cresceu. Então, renovámos, pusemos a fábrica nova, mas sempre a investir, está sempre na onda da frente.
Os apoios comunitários foram fundamentais para esta reengenharia global que fizemos da unidade. Este projeto mais recente teve como um dos pilares de aumento de capacidade em cerca de 60%. A par desse aumento de capacidade também sempre evolução tecnológica. Ao nível da eficiência energética também, obviamente fazer os produtos de forma muito mais eficiente, de forma muito mais produtiva, mas mantendo sempre o ADN bordaliano.
Houve aqui um crescimento de produção e de tecnologia também. Fizemos aqui um grande investimento, aproveitando o Portugal 2020. E neste momento estamos a posicionar, de facto, para voltar a estarmos presentes no próximo quadro comunitário.
Com a ajuda do IAPMEI, o IAPMEI apostou em nós forte e nós, com essa ajuda, estamos aqui, crescemos muito. O nosso investimento permite-nos hoje. A gente tem uma engenharia toda a produzir, seja o que for, tudo online. Online. A fábrica no seu todo não é nada rígida, é online. E queremos ser melhor amanhã.
A internacionalização foi um dos pilares fundamentais para fazer crescer a marca, porque se entendeu que o produto e a marca tinham capacidade para se tornarem globais. Apresentou-se como uma marca internacional, o que ajudou muito a conquistar novos canais em vários países.
Nós exportamos, exportação direta e indireta, exportamos mais de 90% da nossa produção, mais de 90%. Nós temos grandes clientes nossos que são players, grandes players internacionais e que têm fábricas cá em Portugal, e também temos a exportação direta com um crescimento bastante acentuado nos últimos tempos.
Se nós queremos ser um país competitivo, temos que investir na tecnologia e temos que acompanhar. Hoje é a altura de nós não adormecermos. Os empresários todos, não adormecer, porque se adormecem, podem acordar tarde.
E faz parte do nosso dia-a-dia estar constantemente a investigar, a desenvolver novos produtos, novos conceitos. Portanto, é a única forma de continuarmos com este legado que nos foi deixado há 137 anos por Bordal Pinheiro.
A missão da corticeira Amorim é definida por acrescentar valor à cortiça de uma maneira eficiente, inovadora, diferenciadora e em perfeita harmonia com a natureza. A fileira da cortiça, o setor todo da cortiça, tem uma pegada de carbono negativa. No caso concreto da corticeira Amorim, aquilo que são as nossas emissões de carbono diretas e indiretas são eliminadas, são compensadas em mais de 17 vezes pelo montado que fornece a cortiça que compramos para essas mesmas atividades industriais.
Estamos há mais de 30 anos presentes aqui em Odmira e na altura lançámos o que nós chamamos a quarta gama, que basicamente são saladas prontas a consumir, já bem lavadas, já bem preparadas, misturadas e embaladas. Todos os anos investimos um valor muito importante em novas tecnologias, novas máquinas, novos equipamentos e para nós o inovar, novas tecnologias, faz parte do nosso ADN e é importantíssimo para o desenvolvimento do nosso negócio.
A Riopel é uma empresa de base familiar. É uma empresa industrial têxtil que, desde 1927, desde a sua constituição, produz tecido para vestuário. Fornecemos as principais marcas europeias e mundiais. Hoje a empresa é uma empresa essencialmente exportadora. Estamos a falar de que a empresa Riopel produz e vende mais de 95% da sua produção para o exterior. São mercados diversificados que compram diferentes tecidos de acordo com o estilo e a cultura do próprio país.
E a empresa pública que tem a missão de construir, de explorar, de promover o projeto Alqueva. A água traz imensa competitividade, não é? Com a água, aqui no Alentejo, conseguimos produções que não antes podiam ser sonhadas. E por isso há um aumento de competitividade só pelo facto de trazermos água.
O projeto de intervenção florestal começou na corticeira Amorim há cerca de 9, 10 anos. Este projeto, com este modelo de silvicultura, tem duas grandes vantagens económicas. Uma, a redução do ciclo de produção de 25 anos para 10 na primeira extração. Outro, a densificação do número de árvores por hectare. E no pilar ambiental, a multiplicação por 7 daquilo que é o sequestro de carbono quando comparado com o montado tradicional.
Alqueva tem a sorte de ser, de facto, este território novo, esta nova terra d'água, onde tudo está a acontecer muito rapidamente e onde se concentrou um conjunto de empreendedores e de agricultores muito competentes e para desenvolver aqui um ecossistema agrícola vibrante, que é o que estamos, no fundo, a assistir.
Nos últimos anos, nos últimos 4 anos, fizemos projetos de investimento de valores significativos, estamos a falar de mais de 20 milhões de euros, dedicados, cujos drivers desses projetos foram sempre a sustentabilidade e o digital. Daí que nós hoje tenhamos a nossa fábrica, digamos, chão de fábrica, praticamente todo monitorizado, com visão artificial, em algumas áreas, o que nos permite, digamos, estarmos já na vanguarda da têxtil. Todos os dias inovamos, todos os dias apresentamos tecidos novos e investimos paralelamente nos processos, ao nível, por exemplo, de todo o equipamento que compramos recentemente, é equipamento que tem essa preocupação ambiental.
Sustentabilidade para nós é fundamental, faz parte do nosso ADN. Temos um conceito que nós chamamos Second Nature, e no Second Nature temos objetivos claramente definidos quanto à pegada de carbono, quanto à biodiversidade, quanto ao consumo de água e à reutilização da nossa água, a eficiência do nosso consumo de água, quanto à qualidade dos solos, e também quanto à parte do consumidor e a parte do uso de plásticos nas nossas embalagens. Então, até 80% dos nossos plásticos são de materiais reciclados, e são todos recicláveis também, ou seja, promovemos também, obviamente, depois a reintegração desses plásticos numa economia circular.
Pretendemos é induzir o comportamento e a alteração de atitude da produção florestal para que considere este modelo de silvicultura como algo válido e, de facto, replique aquilo que é o modelo que temos aqui neste projeto.
Se queremos ser sustentáveis, se a humanidade quer ser sustentável, vai ter que suprir todas as suas necessidades energéticas com fontes renováveis, de preferência com produção localizada, distribuída e perto do local de consumo. Isto é exatamente o que temos aqui. Eu acho que também temos aqui um papel muito importante de apontar o caminho.
A Europa é a maior economia industrial do mundo. É uma economia bastante exportadora e que, desde o século XVIII, mantém a liderança num conjunto de tecnologias industriais muito importantes para toda a humanidade. É isso que nos tem permitido criar empregos de qualidade, assegurar a acumulação de capital para investir no nosso futuro coletivo, desenvolver um Estado social e partilhar a prosperidade no passado. Mas a indústria europeia está neste momento num momento de viragem e de desafio. Por um lado, porque tem que se adaptar às novas necessidades da transição climática. Por outro lado, porque todo o potencial futuro da nossa indústria vai depender da capacidade que tivermos de preparar as nossas empresas, as nossas infraestruturas, as nossas pessoas para trabalhar num ambiente digital. As prioridades da presidência portuguesa em matéria industrial, por isso, passam por definir uma nova estratégia industrial para a Europa. Como assegurar que a Europa mantém uma liderança industrial forte, que consegue incorporar as tecnologias digitais nos seus processos de produção e nos seus modelos de negócio e que se consegue adaptar aos desafios de uma economia mais baixa em intensidade carbónica, mais eficiente no aproveitamento da energia. Mas, sobretudo, como continuamos a fazer recurso à inovação, ao conhecimento, à ciência e à tecnologia, na incorporação de produtos industriais para o futuro. Estas possibilidades de discussão de uma estratégia industrial para a Europa que dê clareza aos investidores industriais e que forneça, designadamente com o plano Next Generation EU, os recursos para que as nossas indústrias se possam adaptar a este novo paradigma, é a nossa prioridade. Também estaremos focados na transição digital da Europa, designadamente com o estabelecimento de regras através do regulamento dos mercados digitais e do regulamento dos serviços digitais que nos permita viver melhor numa economia e numa sociedade que dependa bem destes paradigmas.
Sejam bem-vindos. A nossa viagem pelos desafios da economia portuguesa e europeia continua agora com uma...
Welcome back. We are going to start with a new stop on our trip to a digital world. Clusters. 18 different groups from different sectors of activity have established clusters in Portugal. It fosters in cooperation and more innovation and more development and putting more value into our production chains in Portugal. But they didn't work together, we wouldn't be able to achieve these goals. So this is different than what's been done elsewhere in Europe. But before we do hear from our guests, let's turn first of all to Ulla Engelmann, who is the Acting Director for Networks and Governance in DG GROW in the European Commission on the importance in clusters at the European level. Madam.
Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to be with you from Brussels to open this panel session and address the role of clusters for a competitive Portugal and EU economy. The path to economic recovery must involve measures to help our businesses, especially SMEs, in gaining access to finance, but also to solutions available for the entire industrial ecosystem for mastering the digital and green transition and ensuring resilience. Single companies, both large and small, are not able to face ever-changing market conditions and disruptions in value chains without enhanced collaboration. In particular, improving the resilience of the EU industrial ecosystems would benefit from a coordinated approach for highly critical supplies, as it will necessitate having multiple suppliers on different territories, and a minimum demand when reshoring of production implies substantial investments. Actors cannot be resilient unless they work together. As Commissioner Breton declared, industry clusters are the backbone of the industrial ecosystems. They bring together various actors with and across ecosystems and can help in the recovery of the European economy after COVID-19. They act as bridge builders, fostering strategic partnering between large companies, SMEs, startups, academia, and research, and creating interlinkages between value chains. Clusters are the spearhead to promote growth and strengthen the industrial ecosystem as they are close to the market. Clusters have proven also that they can react quickly in the period of crisis. They can detect problems and identify solutions and are flexible to help reshaping value chains. In Portugal, most of the competitive clusters have signed the sectoral pacts with the Ministry for Economy and Digital Transition to increase competitiveness, innovation, and internationalization of Portuguese businesses. At EU level, over 1,100 industrial clusters are registered in the European Cluster Collaboration Platform managed by DG GROW, and I'm very pleased to stress that Portuguese clusters are very active in liaising with other European clusters. Many Portuguese clusters are involved in transnational partnering projects to develop joint strategies with other European clusters in support of innovation and internationalization objectives. Some take also part in large EU industrial alliances, such as the European Raw Materials Alliances, like the Portuguese Cluster for Mineral Resources. It is very important to participate in such strategic partnerships to allow these actors work better together across Europe and become resilient. It is crucial now to create more strategic partnerships to help these actors to work better across Europe. In the new Single Market Programme, we propose to create Euro clusters or joint clusters initiatives to develop value chain interlinkages in the EU single market, increase strategic autonomy, and reinforce the transformation into a greener, more digital economy. These initiatives are greatly benefit our SMEs, with 75% of funding to be channeled towards them. It is also interesting to highlight that the European Expert Group on Clusters provided 15 specific recommendations in a report with examples of using clusters in the recovery and twin transition. It offers various ideas for policymakers at European, national, regional, and local levels. It also informs and can inspire cluster managers and cluster members. I look forward to seeing these recommendations put into action, but I also hope to see much greater synergies between all our support networks and structures, not just clusters, but also our industrial alliances, our Enterprise Europe network, our digital innovation hubs, and others. Just as the clusters have done during the crisis, everyone needs to pull together in a common goal. Thank you very much.
Aeronautics, space, and defense, a business volume of 4.7 billion. These are the different clusters in Portugal. The automotive sector, turnover 5.5 billion euros. Shoes and clothing, 1.77 billion euros. Next, the sustainable housing cluster, 2.852 billion euros in turnover. Maritime operations, that cluster has a turnover of 1.074 billion euros. Petrochemicals and chemical industries and refineries, turnover 12 billion euros. Next, the cluster for train operations in Portugal, just under 1 billion in turnover. Agro-business cluster, responsible for 5.313 billion euros. The high-tech product section cluster, 2.242 billion. Natural resources in Portugal, that cluster has a turnover of 287 million euros. Smart cities, that cluster in Portugal, textiles and fashion technologies, 737 million euros in turnover. And we have a high-tech cluster in for 5.280 billion euros. Technological equipment. Tourism, a cluster working in the area of tourism, has been established as well. Wine and winemaking, turnover of 1.455 billion euros. Engineering and tooling, the turnover for business of this cluster is 997 million euros. The health cluster in Portugal, turnover of 3,776 million euros. So this is the next stop on our trip to a competitive economy, clusters. Well, today we're going to be discussing clusters with people who really understand the subject in depth. They understand how important it is for the success of certain sectors, how important it is for SMEs and micro companies who have possibilities also to try and get into production chains thanks to clusters. So we'll be discussing about the role of clusters for the competitiveness of Portuguese firms and European firms too, and to really understand how this cooperation between companies can be very important in such a time as this. We're going to be discussing things with the Department of Economics professor from the University of Minho, and then also with Alexandra is that professor. Then we're going to be discussing with the president of Grupo Iberomoldes. That's one of the companies that's really put Portugal on the map in this industry. And here, the president of the company has been involved in many organizations, been involved also working on future factories with the European colleagues. And then that's Mr. Joaquim Menezes. And then we've got a representative from, and that's Joaquim Menezes, he's involved with the clusters. Then finally, we have the representative from CITEV, and that's part of the European Network of Investigation institutions in textiles. Been involved also working on the future of textiles in Europe. And here I'm referring to Mr. Antonio Braz Costa. I'd like to give a warm welcome to all three here present. Now, for the first time, everyone is here physically present. We've had other conversations taking advantage of Zoom. But before we discuss our discussions, I'd like to just remind everyone that you can put your questions on our YouTube channel. That's where we're narrowcasting this meeting. So let us now discuss this subject with our guests. Now, 18 clusters. The total for turnover that they generated is 51 billion. Those are according to the 2018 figures, the latest ones that we have. And of course, those figures go back to the period before the pandemic. And when we look at these figures, well, it's very clear that the results are very positive indeed. We see a rate of growth, which we've enjoyed since the clusters have been established, about 75% growth. Exports also have gone up about 60%. So I'd like to begin with you, Professor. Well, I'll call you Fernando from now on. Fernando's not a particularly rare name, really, is it? But in any case, Fernando, how do you explain so much success? Well, the clusters in Portugal, which are up and running, have hit critical mass. They're really the best of what Portugal's doing. The clusters, well, first of all, I mean, if a company is going to be party to a cluster, participate in a cluster, they have to be selected. They have to meet selection criteria. And that means that they're important players in the Portuguese economy. So we do have work which has been accomplished. Then we bring and pull that past to create a cluster which fosters collaboration and cooperation between the different participants. That can be a technical center, that can be just connections between the different companies. And in actual fact, our clusters really do play an essential role in our economy. And really more than just measuring how many jobs that they create. I mean, that is important, but we really want to make sure that this can transform our economies. They should be able to create innovation, to create new products and processes. then they can disseminate that effect, spillover, if you will, and not just to that sector. I mean, that's one of the objectives, but it shouldn't be a closed shop. These should be open enterprises, which can bring on board other and new players, and from other sectors. We see in some areas there's stagnations. We're trying to breathe life into those other sectors. And then we see that in certain parts of the country, certain regions. I mean, really, it's not the number of kilometers that's the most important thing. We want to extend across our territory. And we also want to go beyond our borders, so that we have an impact that goes beyond our borders. So we're really trying to redefine our country in some sectors where perhaps we weren't traditionally strong, but there are areas where we can develop our skills and innovate, and then have an impact at the international level. If you look at the major players in the world, the major producers of wealth, they are concentrated in a certain number of industries. And then we look at where we do have participants. We might have a technological center, we might have high volume firms, we might have other firms that are still in the growth stage, but are very innovative and promising. And there we can play a role. And we look at those types of sectors of the economy. Well, that's important because economies are increasingly becoming more focused on poles. I mean, it might seem a bit of a paradox, but the transformation that we've gone through in the last decades, where we had communications and the circulation of information, which is cheaper, and the costs of transportation have gone down. Well, usually you think, but indeed where you're localized or where you're situated still remains very important. You want to have a concentration. If you want innovation, it's important to have more resources so that you can manage new products, new processes. This is the trend. More investment, more researchers. If you're going to have a truly transformative process for your economies. And there you've got to concentrate and pool your capital, your personnel, your researchers, and that forces you or leads to the fact that you do have poles. And you see this happening in Europe, in Asia, in the United States. You have these agglomerations that either exist or they don't exist, and where they do exist, where they have more or less important roles. But what really matters is that you give support to the skills that you have here in Portugal. You look at a map of Europe, you see where things are changing very fast. You see how you fit into that map and into the world map. Now, in certain areas, I think that Joaquim Meneses will mention more about this, give us some specific examples. But we have skills that can be very well put to use in the European industrialization policies, or just keeping ourselves also focused on growth of the Portuguese economy. Now, we've mentioned fashion, clothing, and textiles. Well, something we touched upon this morning, focused on the role of universities. Now, Fernando is representing here the University of Minho. And here you've got to bring on board not just the economies stricto sensu, but you see that really companies do have to see the big picture here and bring on board other players. So what has the University of Minho been able to do in getting involved with these other players? How do they work together? How do you work with them? Yes, indeed. Well, yes, the universities are ever more important. Logistics, but not just. They pool and create talent. They also generate know-how. And what's happened, if we look at what's happened the last years, when we had a delocalization of production, we're also seeing the same thing for research and development. It's not just happening in the most developed countries, but also in the emerging economies. And certainly the University of Minho has been very, very much involved in this. We've been in the vanguard in Portugal and also in Europe. So if you look at the role of Centers for Research and look at what Bosch is doing and other multinationals, well, our university's been involved in this, not just in getting them to come to Portugal in the first place, attracting them here, but also in helping Bosch produce what it hopes to produce. And they're working with things that started with the University of Minho's research. And this has meant that this changed the very nature of this
So this cooperation between different entities and companies, Nuno, for example, he was here with us this morning, and he said that the universities still need to join up with the companies and the companies with the universities. There are always a bit of red tape that hold back the procedures, and we haven't got time for this. What's your view on that? This is true in the case of the University of the Minho. It was created in '73 to contribute towards the development of the region. So it is part of our mission to contribute to the development of the country, but also the region in particular. So this is a link, means we're very closely connected to the economic agents. And this is important because there are different cultures. And this is a language that we have lots of examples. Also, based on some of the entities that are very important, and we're going to be hearing about this from Brás Costa, the interfaces, these are important. And the University of the Minho is one of the universities that participates and brings together the universities, the research centers, the technological centers, and the entrepreneur and companies. So they meet, and the needs that exist on the entrepreneurial side and the supply is a meeting point that's easier to handle because they know what kind of things are coming out of the university. They could, again, help improve companies, lead them into other production ideas. And also, everyone knows what the needs of the other are. So this, in many cases, and in the university, this has been the case, has led to investment in certain research areas, which are very useful from the point of view of producing further knowledge and allowing new products to be produced to create added value, of course, changing the economy. And this is often done based often because of the cluster representation of the universities. Antonio, we're going to go on to you to hear about the interfaces that Fernando has been talking about. How in practice does this work? How does it work? Well, it has to be a very mutual approach. I'll have to go back a little bit to say that on the day in which the universities are turned into a company, or the mindset at least was a company mindset, and the day in which the companies have the mindset of a researcher, then we might lose again. Of course, there are differences. There are the different activities. The stakeholders in the university are not just researchers. They are researchers, they are trainers, they have many activities. And this leads to an ambiguity. That is, the university in itself has a certain operating way and should continue what it is meant to do. But the project now is to look to the different activities, where the focus lies, and this transmission of knowledge, this agglomeration of different knowledges and transfer in both directions. And in this way, people are trained based on their origin. And if people come from the university and they're researchers, they are ready to understand how companies work. And when it's the other way around, from companies, there's a complementarity. So in my opinion, this is the major advantage of the technological interfaces. And in the case of the University of the Minho. And I was a pupil there, a student rather, and a teacher, so I'm very close to that idea. I always understood what the approach was in the Minho, and there are a number of interfaces. And of course, this means this participation is absolutely fundamental. We would exhaust the innovating capacity of this link if we didn't have a strong input from the two sides. There has to be a very close connection between the entrepreneurial sector and the universities, technological interfaces, and the clusters. The clusters are precisely the official status for this space, for these different areas. It's where you can exchange information. It's a space for bringing together different competencies and skills to achieve objectives. As we were saying, what we were talking about earlier, that is exporting capacity, innovative capacity. All of this is leveraged with this interaction in the particular case of the textile sector in Portugal. This is not, it's interesting. I was going to say it was a bit odd, but it's interesting because, in fact, before thinking of generated this clusters movements, that is economic aggregation or clusters, the textile and footwear industries were already clusters. They already had a university attached. At the initial stage, there were 2 universities which had textile departments, a technological sector, with major guidance towards textiles. And so we've never quite lost some of these areas within textile. Textile is very diverse. You can have a fibers or knitting or a weaving, etc. There are lots of different sectors, so they're very different. But when you've got a very vertical approach, then you lose weight. You have major companies that have got major problems because it's very difficult in terms of their competitivity because they're scattered throughout these different sectors. So there has been a process of specialization. Specialization is important if there's cooperation. In the North, it is usual, it is normal for a university having a contract with a textile mill. And so this, of course, added a great deal of value to the North. And industrial sectors were, of course, all involved. And I can say, really, that the textile cluster has 5,000 companies. Well, formally or officially, it has fewer. But this formal cluster is part of a natural cluster that brings in the whole of the sector right now, as it is. And it's very, very adequate for what we're talking about. If, by chance, the cluster were closed in on itself, the egg effect between 2009 and 19, up to 53% of exports, it would have been impossible if they had, for them to get results. Of course, it brings along the smaller companies as well. And this has to be exploited as well. And so their echo is greater if they're all together, if they include those that are not formally part of the cluster. Going on to the molding and the molds, among the companies that are part of this same cluster, do these clusters, have they brought benefits to the sector and to Iber molds in particular? Well, yes. It's been there since the 60s. Companies always collaborated one with another, basically due to the effect of bringing in colleagues knew one another, some of them in the same companies, and so we all knew one another, practically from the school desk. And so this was it was relatively easy to collaborate. We have competitors, we are competitors, but we collaborate one with another. We collaborate more today, and today we've already got the sons and daughters, the cousins, the whole family has expanded. So they all know more or less what the relationship is all about. However, the cluster, the net cluster, is of major importance for all companies. And so this brings together people in different activities practically every day. And even it brings the younger people into our family, if you like to call it that. Also, we're working on two extremes. Marinha Grande is a big center, and there are small company clusters there where people also know one another, they collaborate, and this adds more. And as such, I think we have a desirable space for the clusters to take root and make progress. Of course, in the 70s, if you remember, or the close of the 70s, our relationship in the MENU was a very strong one. And with the technical institute at the time that was there, and this of course lasts. It is a lasting relationship. And sometimes I say that when the professors of the sector, and in my company, I don't know if they're actually teachers that work in the universities or whether they are our workers who are attending university, because we are constantly having projects together and in the centers. And of course, we're looking to innovation, polluting, multinational companies throughout the world. We're all aware of them, and they also know us, and they count on us because we transmit trust and confidence. And this is necessary through our technical work and through our technical presentation. And for us, this is absolutely fundamental. And we must be linked up to knowledge centers. The Leiria Polytechnic, again, is leveraging, again, the relationship of that sector with the universities and the knowledge centers. And also, we are extending even more this relationship so that from all time, we have always been strongly guided towards internationalization. That is internationalization of knowledge. We have an enormous network of knowledge sources in Germany and Spain in particular. And practically what happens in Portugal, we deal with it most of the time with our colleagues. It's totally open and transparent and fluid. And so it's practically a daily relationship. So this cooperation is not only here in Portugal, but also in international terms as well. Yes. And also this is the result of the mold industry working with the world. It doesn't work just for Portugal. And when we talk about the reindustrialization, which is a very fashionable word at the moment, the mold industry, I think, I may be exaggerating, but the industry doesn't need to be reindustrialized. It has already become reindustrialized. It's at the front of the battle. And the more advanced technologies are being used, because if not, our clients would not be entirely sure of what we were doing, and we need to know what we're doing. So I'd just like to stress that our competitors are international. And sometimes there is a little bit of shame, if I could call that, in recognizing this fact, because in fact, really, our competitors are the Germans, mainly the Germans. I like to see it that way, because we have to compare with the best. And so to this end, we are in this because our business is a global one. We export. We export more than 90% of what we produce. So it's all said. Right, so thank you. Working in Europe, apart from having competitors, but within Europe, we've also got to think about having this mindset. That is, we are part of a union and we need to think of this.
Como é que estamos com estas parcerias entre empresas? Como é que vocês cooperam para se manterem?
So how do you cooperate when it comes to the international field? Well, when we're talking of clusters, well, normally when we speak of clusters, we look at a more larger scope, but let's think about clusters as we are in a panel. When we speak of clusters, we're speaking of an approach which wasn't that well known in Portugal. Normally, Portugal chose 3 or 4 cities and they created a cluster because it was aligned with the European strategy, namely an average of countries which are quite different among each other. Right now, we have around 200 people who work and talk using a tried and tested methodology. We test ideas, which can then be transformed into actual projects. So we're talking of an international group. No, we're talking of a national group, but it has an international scope. In fact, we have a place in the textile platform, which pools universities, research centers, companies, and clusters. And then we analyze the European strategy. Having said that, when we speak of the European strategy, it has to bear in mind each of the European strategies. We can't compare apples and oranges, Bulgaria and Romania, for example. That means that the European strategy has to be open to the challenges found in each member state. And we also have a methodology to deal with this. In the past, this wasn't the case. In fact, the situation was quite different in the past. So we start developing our strategy. This has a twofold effect. First, we can say that we are in the right position to defend our strategy because these are 200 people who stand out in the textile industry. And then we have other areas. We have education, among others, because clusters don't only contain a specific industry. For example, we have a good relation with another cluster, which is absolutely great. Why is that? Because cars and textiles go hand in hand, cars and molds go hand in hand. And so we, of course, slip in there and we operate within this cluster. When it comes to technical textile, well, then we have to speak of interlinking with the other clusters, the so-called interclustering, because this allows us to leverage opportunities. And so that's how we interact with other clusters. So if we look at the strategy and how we implement our strategy, then we can say that it doesn't have an immediate effect on the companies. But the fact in itself that we share ideas with people who actually work in companies, and these people understand what's going on in the world and what's going on in other companies, well, this shapes the mindset when it comes to innovation and cooperation among these people. And in the textile industry, these results were really great, and we have a good track record. Now, when it comes to clusters and exports, maybe this is not a necessary question, but let's try and outline these themes. Without clusters, would Portugal fare worse when it comes in this type of industry? Well, with no clusters, then specific traits, which are now carried out by clusters, will be carried out by many other companies, such as the CITEV. Would the picture be the same? No, it would be a completely different picture. So it would be worse. It wouldn't be as comprehensive and complete because the technological interfaces focus on the more techno aspects. When we speak of clusters and how they move, well, we have to integrate different elements within its scope. Internationalization, research, etc. There are some clusters, for example, their great recognition was that of really moving in the international stage. A question, how do you transform a stock company into someone who actually works in the automotive industry? It's a great question. I don't have an answer to that, but I do. Well, please tell us. First, we have to explain to companies that the skills and the machines that they have can be repurposed for completely different products. For example, we saw this example when it came to masks during the pandemic. That's true, but in 2003, we disassembled a car, Volkswagen. We used a sign that said, "This is textile." So we have to really raise awareness on what can be considered as textile within a car. But we aren't just limited to cars, because the textile is important in football, in the aviation company, etc., etc. So this is the main message, that your industry can be applied to other industry. The second important point is that we can be trusted. Clusters have had a fundamental role when it comes to paving the way and breaching these highly technical industries. Companies on their own could not really enter the automotive, the defense, and the health industry, which are highly technical industry. These companies working on their own wouldn't be able to access these markets. Therefore, clusters have had this great role of who the partners for these clusters have to be and what they have to do to ensure that they become reliable partners within these highly technical industries. On their own, they wouldn't be able to do so. That is, until they become acknowledged in one way or another. And at that point, these companies can help other companies. One practical example, our relationship with BMW wasn't obtained because we were a company and went to them. No, it's because another company said to BMW, and they said, we use these guys for highly innovative technologies, and that's how we kicked off this relation. I'm curious about something, and I'd like to ask Joaquim if the big players share their success with the smaller players. After all, when we speak of cluster, we speak of innovation and cooperation. And of course, there's smaller and larger companies. Specifically, when looking towards Portugal, we know that its entire industry is made up of SMEs. So what happens in this power plays? Would you say that they piggyback on the back of larger companies? No, I wouldn't say that, but they do ride the wave that are created by these larger companies. We have these companies that are more specialized. And so they ride the wave sometimes of the larger companies. They reassess the process. And so larger companies, because there aren't large companies, barring one, but larger companies show the way and pave the way when it comes to technologies, processes. And at the end of the day, smaller companies ride the bandwagon. We are talking of a trip. Yes, that's true. Riding the bandwagon can be considered as a trip. That is true. And that's exactly what we did. We traveled with these larger companies and we find colleagues around the world. For example, when we used to sit down and traveled on a plane in the past, we would turn to our left or right and say, "Oh, what are you doing here? Long time no see." Well, exactly the same that you're doing. Can I just interject something regarding my industry? When it comes to my industry, the smaller companies are essential when it comes to reshaping the larger ones. When we analyze a highly specialized cluster, and if we consider that a final product is an agglomerate of different parts, well, then the interaction between smaller and larger companies is essential, especially when it comes to new technologies. So they're not riding the bandwagon. These smaller companies are a fundamental part of the system. They are an essential part of the journey. Fernando, over to you. When it comes to the role of clusters, when it comes to shaking up the international landscape, specifically when it comes to supplying added value chains in the world. and also considering direct foreign investments, I would like to ask you this. Which national clusters are placed best to interact in this interface? Before answering your question, I would just like to interject relating to one thing which was mentioned before. These companies are active on the international stage, and so they have to test their skills with the best. And so if we look at the European and at the international landscape and then analyze textile and plastics, for example, then the Portuguese companies really face the challenge of challenging and interacting with these larger global players. In other words, we have a critical mass of small companies with low production yields, and we have to try and increase it. And so clusters can be a way of leveraging this. When it comes to our role, Antonio Bras Costa talked about this when talking about the relation with BMW. Trust, skills, these two facts were mentioned before. And international players know that there is a supply chain here in Portugal that they can rely on, be it when it comes to the tempestivity, to the quality, and to the output that they're looking for. And so these two qualities are game changers. Indeed, they are decisive when it comes to companies winning tenders, as well as attracting foreign direct investments. In fact, foreign investors in this day and age look for these skills within clusters. So when we think of clusters, be it in cars, be it for plastic, be it for textile, well, it really doesn't matter. What is important is that these are clusters. Therefore, clusters are a bit more open compared to sectors because they pool skills. International communication and international cooperation help them to stand out, and this is decisive to attract foreign direct investment. When it comes to the areas, when we think of Portugal, when does Portugal stand out? Well, cars. 90% of cars that travel around Europe, well, they have parts that come from Portugal. Footwear is also an important area. And of course, molds, of course. Otherwise, Joaquim will be annoyed with us. Of course, plastic and molds is also very important. When we try to look at sectors, well, it's very arbitrary. Take the automotive sector. At the end of the day, it's a huge computer. There's a number of increasing softwares inside there. If we think about Bosch and in Braga, well, the automotive sector is one of the main clients in Braga. So we really can't think of sectors. We have to think of a faster approach because the skills and the technologies are more important than the individual sectors. When we speak of sectors, helps us to pigeonhole companies. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't add or say anything much. And just like my colleagues said before, how do we know if a company that produces socks only produces socks, or can it be used to produce other things? When we think of the automotive industry, then we have to think of IT, of textile, and cars. Well, that's amazing. It really has put the system on its head. We have some companies that dominate these technologies, and then we have other elements. Research centers and universities produce knowledge. Going back to what I said before, today, multinational companies are externalizing and outsourcing when it comes to the development of knowledge. We have to be part of this game, because otherwise, it's going to be a lose-lose situation for everyone. I would say that this is the perfect moment to move on to the Q&A session. We have three very interesting questions.
Alberto Borges,
who is watching the YouTube stream, his question is, how do you create Euro clusters that Ulla Engelmann talked about before? Is it something which already exists? Can the Portuguese company somehow integrate them? Who can answer this question? I can try. We are working in transversal European clusters. I would like to highlight one initiative called RegioTex. It aggregates all European regions where textile is of the utmost importance. What does this mean? That the work we do here on a national level, well, we do the same work on a European level. Right now, we're involved in a very interesting project, and the European Commission asked us to advise them on the public policies and what type of public policies should we have in order to help boost the competitiveness of this industry in Europe. At the same time, how can this industry be helpful to Europe? 1 year ago, we were very worried because we were dependent on another company, which was a closed silo, because we didn't produce masks and scrubs. But things have changed. And speaking of spillover, public policies and the national agenda are also very important to ensure that we have a European system in place. But besides that, we also have interclusters. We participate in one which also includes Germany, Czech Republic, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. Why do we have this integration and this cooperation? Because there are some common challenges, and we face these common challenges together. Beatriz Almeida would like to provoke you. Economists say that Portugal consists of SMEs, and these SMEs don't know how to cooperate. The mindset of our companies, hasn't that changed? Oh no, it has changed. At the end of the day, we have companies and companies. We have smaller and larger companies. There are specific limitations which are part of an individual cultural corporate culture. So when we look to our sector, molds and plastics specifically, i.e. injection and producing components, cooperation does tend to happen, and some companies cooperate more than others. At the end of the day, business ensures that companies cooperate or cooperate. We have already talked about some of the topics that were answered. So we're reaching the end of this panel, and this debate really has been so interesting, and time has flown, and the same applies to all of the other panels that we've had over the course of the day. They are so interesting, and it is sad that we don't have enough time to continue. I am sure that we would be here for an entire day to speak with each panel, because the topics are really enriching and interesting. Having said that, thank you very much for your contribution. I was really happy to welcome you here. And so we have reached the end of this panel on this journey to a more competitive economy. Now, we'll have a 10-minute break, and we'll be back after that. Thank you.
different cluster activities here. We had coffee, then also mushrooms from coffee grounds. In the 1990s, Nike, Adidas, and Levi's relocated production to Asia. These brands have used one of the cluster's products or one of the company's products. R&D has been very important in modernizing. Also involved in producing Speedo swimwear. Haute couture is another important slice of sales in the cluster for clothing. BL is a pharmaceutical form, which is very innovative in Portugal. It spends 20% of its turnover on research and development. The company BL today has over 10 filiales and produces medicines in over 60 countries, subsidiaries rather, sorry. Next company is Vista Alegre. Vista Alegre is a porcelain product producer, high quality products with over 200 years of history. It's a luxury brand today, combining technology and design. It works in particular with collaborations with national and international artists. Vista Alegre sells products in 70 countries. Then AMF makes safety shoes. They're a reference at the European level. They are present on over 30 markets, and they've perfected a 3D bonding process used in manufacturing of safety shoes. The company's also been producing protective equipment in the current pandemic context. 2020 was its best year ever. Next, a company called Polisport. It was founded 43 years ago, and it's become a very important player in the bicycle sector, various types of bicycles. It's had developed an international strategy, so it now exports to 72 countries. Exports represent about 97% of its turnover. It manufactures in Europe, where there are many brands but not much industry, so that's one of its assets. CIAA or CEIIA is an association that looks at mobility issues. It's aiming to build a more sustainable society. And in the context of the pandemic, the CIA has developed its Portuguese ventilator for intensive care in the context of the crisis. It's moving into international markets. It's been very important for its success. Sometimes internationalization is essential for the very survival of companies. And exports have a very important role to play in GDP. So the seven wonders of Portuguese industry, that's what we're discussing now. Those are the companies really in the forefront of developing Portuguese innovation and industry. For our fourth panel. Well, welcome back. We're now on the home stretch. We've had about 2,000 participants watching our streaming event. A long day of work, but lots of interest, lots of people tuning in all over the world, not just here in Portugal. And we've been live on the air since this morning with the help of the Ministry of the Economy for the digital transition. Our voyage to a competitive economy now is going to take a look at the seven wonders of Portuguese industry, areas where Portugal has world-class industries. And we shouldn't forget these companies. We know that today we have the world's largest button factory in Portugal. We have some of the best photographic lenses are produced in Portugal. We also have components for cars, for Ferraris, among many other brands. we could give you a long list of examples, and many of these contributions have been referred to and will be developed in this final panel. So we've got some success stories here, but we need to go further. We need to see these examples as being just that, examples for others. We have an ambition. Europe has ambitions. We have a new industrial policy for Europe. That's one of the paths that we should follow. To discuss this and other issues, we today have a panel with the three representatives of the largest firms in Portugal from three different areas, but all of very great importance to the Portuguese economy. First of all, 2 centuries old or 2 decades old company, ASICAPS. That's the Association for Textiles and Shoes. Luis Onofre. He's also involved in the European Association of Shoe Manufacturers, and he can tell us much about what's developing there. Antonio Portela has been the CEO of Bial for some time now. He's the 4th generation of the family involved in this leading pharmaceutical firm, established in 1924. And then finally, we're going to be hearing from a representative of the also important cork industry. We have the president of Cortesera Amorim, Mr. Antonio Amorim, who's passionate about his cork, will be here. And the others are also passionate for health and for the shoe production industry, respectively. So thank you very much for coming today. It's great that you can be here as we have our final panel on this very important subject today. So let's start with you, and Antonio. Which Antonio? Well, Antonio Amorim, because we've got 2 Antonios here. So Antonio, we've got these examples of success. We look at more traditional sectors, and can more traditional players reinvent themselves? Well, let's look at cork. Cork is a very relevant example of how firms can reinvent themselves. Now, we used to just make the corks with our cork for beverages, but it's also an excellent insulation product, and it's even included in NASA products. So how can you explain the past of your company, how you've been able to move on, how you become innovators with an international presence of considerable scope? Well, thank you. Yes, Portugal is the world's largest cork producer. So we have an advantage there when it comes to others who produce cork, thinking of Spain and Northern Africa. Now, what we've learned in the last 50 or 60 years is what we can do with cork, what we can do to take Portuguese cork and then export that to other countries, how we can add value to our cork produced here in Portugal, and then export those value-added products to the world. So if we look at the periods, there's first of all 2 different periods from 2000, 2010, not everything was so bright for the cork sector. In fact, cork was being challenged by other products, plastic corks, for example, and capsules for about 10 years. Well, we were losing market share in international markets in particular. And then we were able to do what we needed to do in-house, get our house in order, and then invest in new technologies, improve the performance of our products, and then also develop new types of cork, and then look at new uses for cork. Now, well, sometimes, you can be afraid of getting your feet wet here, but you have to dive in. And this was what we did. And so if you look from 2010 and the following decade, we built upon what we started this decade before. We saw our exports increase, not just in terms of corks, but in other products too. And we're able to remodel the image of corkage, present it as a sustainable product, the product that it is. The fact that it's a product that actually absorbs CO2, carbon dioxide. So we are a negative impact product. So you don't also kill the tree, you don't cut down the tree, you're just taking the bark off the tree and the tree lives. So when you're discussing sustainable products, and that's so important, and so much demand for those types of products, people want sustainability. They want to do everything they can to combat climate change. And cork comes then as part of the solution. It's definitely a negative impact carbon product. But if you invest in cork trees, well, then you're also investing in carbon capture. So it's a virtuous cycle. So we want to build upon this positive process. It hasn't stopped here. It's going to move forward. And I think that we will be able to develop new products as well. If you look at the more traditional things such as cork, so that's fine, but there's more to do with other things you can do with cork. So what have we been able to do with cork? Well, we can do more than we've done this far even. There's really no limit to the opportunities. You can make composites with cork with other products. But you can see what Nike has done. It's recycling their tennis shoes. They're taking out the textile part from the other part. Well, we can mix in cork. And then if you do that, you can then sell those. They'll be marketed by Nike, and also the fact that it's got cork. Nike Grind with Cork is the name of the brand. And then we can substitute synthetics. We have artificial grass and lawns, and you can put cork into that mix too. So sustainability, the intrinsic properties of cork products mean that we're going to continue to see growth in this sector. And Portugal is the world leading producer, the world leading exporter of cork. So yes, we're in the vanguard then. A traditional industry, yes, but one that has adapted to the industries of the future. Yes, I think that's spot on. Our industries have contributed a great deal since the 2008-2009 crisis, so that we were able to take a great leap forward. We've seen significant growth in terms of exports in our sectors. We are in a competitive market. It's a international market. Only about 3 or 4% of our sales here in Portugal. Everything else is exports. So it's competitive, yes. But if you look at this this market, well, it's good for us to be out in that world because we learn things there. We bring home lessons. We innovate based upon that. Many of the ideas that we have identified are ones that we did find in our country. They're very, very good. We see have a tremendous pool of talent in our country, but still, there's cross-pollination when you work with others across borders. So we're open to partnerships across borders. This speeds up the innovation process, and this leads to the economic growth which our country needs, and our country needs it more and quicker. Now, we've heard from Antonio, now let's hear from Antonio. You're also in the front lines here in the area of health products. Well, we've discussed of just how important health products are at this point in time, more than ever, now more than ever. So what's happening in terms of innovation there, Antonio? Are we on the cutting edges in the health sector too? Good afternoon. Well, I don't think that health was necessarily a priority before, but it is now. It's in the spotlight now, our health issues. And we need to see what we can do to improve the health situation. So we're putting more into health issues. We, first of all, see that we are dependent on supplies coming from a number of Asian countries for health products. And what the crisis has shown us that we're not producing much here in Portugal, not much in Europe. So we're aware of this now. We're aware of the fact that we cannot neglect the health sector. And I think that the health sector really gets divided in two areas. First of all, our health systems and the private systems, and then the health of the economy, the health of the, or rather the health of the health sector in the economy. Now, we started from very humble beginnings. we had an industry. We produced some products, but they tended to be low value products. Now, then we took decisions when it came to training and in education and the development of doctorates in health studies. I think what we've accomplished in the last 30 years has been exceptional. To date, we do have a pool of talents in the area of health in Portugal. We certainly didn't have that 30 years ago. Much, much better. And when it comes to health sciences and life sciences, well, that's one area that has more people getting involved. It's becoming a competitive in Portugal. There's been more doctorates pursued there in Portugal. So very important in terms of education and training. Now, what I see, and I think this is part of a process, is that we're not quite successfully moving on to the markets and to the patients who need our help in terms of technologies, products, what have you. But we've come a long ways. Our exports of health products have increased exponentially in the last 10 years. We're now exporting about 1.6 billion worth of euros products, and even in the current context. So we have excellent potential. We are growing in the health industries, pharmaceuticals, but also in terms of healthcare and in healthcare technologies. But I feel that we aren't getting enough added value in the areas of what could be done in terms of bringing our products to the market. And here I'm thinking of European markets, American markets, Asian markets. We need to be able to get our products and to these markets, the ones with a higher added value. Well, what do you think we can do about that? You say we're not quite there yet, but what can we do? Where are our shortcomings? Well, I think we have an excellent pooling of skills here. We've spent a lot of money on training and education, lots spent in universities on doctorates. So the foundation is laid, but we're not exporting. Why? Well, we sometimes have our researchers in the ivory towers. Sometimes they've gone overseas and are working in other countries. Now, if I think about the United States, for example, 80% of the researchers are in companies and only about 20% at universities. In Portugal, it's about the opposite, which isn't, and that's maybe even worse actually here. We don't have very many researchers who are actually working in companies, working in the industry directly. And we need to find a way to increase that participation. So we have research, but it's not actually bringing the products to the market. So we have to figure out a way to go down that path. We've done some, but we need to do more. We need to invest more in health. We need to be able to have more investment in technology. I think we've got to continue. We have some very interesting possibilities to make this next step, but I think we can do a lot more than we're doing right now. Well, if we get a chance.
So let's see if we can go back to this topic. Once we've spoken more or less what's planned on the agenda. Now, let's hear a bit about the footwear sector, Luis. We were on the way up, Portugal, as well as the whole of Europe, in the footwear industry. We had some very positive years, enormous growth, and we are still going through this pandemic. So has that destroyed to some extent this tremendous rise in the industry? What is footwear going through at the moment? Well, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you. Our pleasure. And of course, was in Milan. That was the start of it all. And now we're in this situation. But to answer your question, I think that in the footwear sector, we are very dependent on the way in which this pandemic develops. There is a fall of about 20% throughout the world, and that is pretty brutal for us. So we have had, of course, some online sales going up, but we almost 5,000 million pairs of shoes have not been produced. I'm saying footwear, but you know, in general. And so this, of course, is a big drop. Spain needs 30 to 50,000 pairs. So it's pretty dramatic what is happening. And we have obviously got to change things, and we're going to have to do everything possible with our companies. What is being said much around at the moment is that we have to have a goal for the footwear sector to try and get over the difficulties. It's not the first time that we've faced problems of this type along our past. Yes, you have had difficult times, we know that. But this is probably a time that is highly complicated for us. It's not enough just to be excellent and creative, but we have to be dynamic and we have to adapt to circumstances. And this is what's been happening. So you're changing also the consumer pattern. Yes, our entrepreneur are terribly proud, of course. We're proud to be the head of this association. And our business people know how to get around this because it's a highly difficult problem, a time to be going through. They're adapting to market needs and what is being demanded during the pandemic, for example. For example, high heels. Practically nobody is wearing high heels. That's rather a whim to wear that kind of shoe, but this is the kind of thing that has been very complicated for our entrepreneur to deal with. But they very quickly managed to get around things, and they have made a difference. And of course, we are global. Portugal, of course, has been penalized in terms of the drop in production. And why did this happen? Well, it happened because we adapted very quickly. In fact, we geographically, we're at an interesting point. Of course, China was closed at the time, at the beginning, and there was a lot of relocation to Europe in terms of orders, and the Portuguese made the most of that. The footwear sector was able to make the most of that, and the new technologies helped a great deal. So we've got, sorry to interrupt, but you've got the case of your own shop online, which didn't exist before. And from one day to the next, it appeared. Yes, it's true. We have 50 or 60 international fairs that we used to attend, but technology, of course, has been able to help us through this. We're making the most of practically all the weekly meetings that used to hold before presentially, but now virtually. And of course, we can meet our clients, and clients are adapting. They're beginning to feel happy that they can see a shoe that they can manage without that touch and feel aspect, although we can manage virtually. It's interesting to hear this because new consumer standards and patterns, and there's a European wish for an industrialization. And in the case of Cork, the case of health, you feel that Portugal is on the right track to try and reindustrialize. Or in your particular cases, do you think this reindustrialization is not necessary right now? It's a bit late. I'd like to talk a bit about that, at least at European level. Well, with regard to our sector, we have a larger share in terms of cork production than we had before. So our sector has been resolving things before. And so our share compared to Spain and Italy has been consolidated. And I think obviously it will go up a bit in the future, but we have a fair margin for maneuver there. And certainly for added value here in Portugal, I have no doubts. But in terms of global rather than sectoral approach, I think it's critical. Yes, people, given this breakdown in the supply chains at global level, what we've noted is that in some sectors, from petrochemicals to logistics, transport right now, and services, things have changed. There's been a revolution, price revolution. Again, if you think of the pre-pandemic phase, there are policies now that are making their way going forward for Europe, trying to reinforce the industrial base and also a self-supply labor force that is becoming more expensive. Doesn't it mean you can't be competitive? Because technology is there that also can be moving towards a more qualified labor force. So I think this is an essential aspect of a new European policy to reinforce the industrial base and Portugal. It can't just be tourism. We have also got to look to industry, and we must look to industry in different parts of the country. We must reduce the differences throughout our country. There's a transition, digital transition that is on the way, and we can't be at the back of the bus. We have to be to the fore. And so these are industries that are going to help the sector. And we've got to be ambitious. We can't be complicated. We've got to move forward with confidence, and we have to trust in the best that we can do with our talents, with our capacities, and with our competencies, which are in no way inferior to what we see in any other country. So I think this is a sign of ambition and a positive approach that we can guarantee that Portugal in this post-pandemic phase doesn't fall behind. Quite the opposite. We will move faster than many others. And within the context of reindustrialization, to answer your question, there are points where, in terms of sustainability, we could have a country that is ecologically advanced. Yes, there's a great deal to be done, but the difference to what the carbon agenda is for the country, I think we could always have a flag with which we identify, and we need to be recognized internationally. This is why with this basis, we can attract foreign investment, and we can adopt several causes that help mobilize everyone. Thank you very much. Moving towards the future, thank you for helping us there. What about reindustrialization in health? Yes, I fully agree with what Antonio's just said, because I think the pandemic quickly showed us that there were vulnerabilities in a number of sectors. The question of the masks, I think we didn't use masks early on because they weren't available. And so part of the initial panic was because of this. They weren't available, and we didn't produce them here in Portugal nor in Europe. But there are many areas where today we look. Globalization has brought us a quality of life and a growth in our quality of life, which is enormous. Trade, for example, it's also brought some of these issues, which today we identify with some concern. For example, in terms of medication, again, paracetamol, which is used by everyone, paracetamol was almost running out in Europe. When, in that first surge, India closed its borders, and India is the pharmacy of the world. In Europe, we were almost at the end. Very few people know this, but paracetamol had almost run out. This would have been catastrophic. So why don't we produce paracetamol in Europe? So we need to think and not just bring certain factories or fabrication back. What can we do best? How can we reindustrialize and add value and be less dependent on markets outside the EU, despite the fact we are living in a globalization? Apart from globalization, we have to be able to produce the essential goods that we need. We also have to be able to add value in the production sector. We're not going to be competing with China or India because, of course, they work in a totally different way. Antonio spoke of sustainability, producing in Europe. We've got to remember human rights. And we don't know what costs are being paid in Asia and other places. We have to be prepared to pay more, but at the same time to add value to the industry, and the consumer obviously is going to be ready to pay this. So to have this industry in Europe. So, and more specifically in health, in the past 20 years, we have deindustrialized in Portugal. In Portugal, practically only Portuguese companies that are functioning, but many left. So we're talking, but we haven't yet done anything to get these companies back or to reestablish networks in Portugal. But I think this is fundamental, and we have the capacity. And I think together with Europe, we have the capacity, but in many other areas as well. It's essential that we do this. But one point, trying to add more value to the products and services we can provide. If we try to go for low labor costs without any qualification, we're going to fail again, because we're outdated in that. And I'm sorry, just to conclude, I think that the footwear sector understood this far, far before the others, far before the others. So to add value in the product we have, and it managed to take the leap it did and was successful, not just footwear then. Footwear had a campaign saying that it was the sexiest industry in Europe. Is that the kind of idea? Perhaps there's a lack of this glamour that you find in other areas. In industry, and we were talking about this morning, is associated very much with the industrial world, rather dirty, glum work, dust, dirt, but that's not the case anymore. Industry is technology, it is innovating, and industry, the footwear industry, is an example of all of this. But we can't stop. And in fact, there's going to be a new industrial revolution that we're going to be facing. And I fully agree with what Antonio has said, and Amorim, and Tell as well. I'd just like to add that the trade policies in Europe have to be reviewed, particularly in the preferential system. This has to be examined. And this was a system that was set up some time ago. And the idea was to help the underdeveloped countries to be able to export to Europe and to have low customs duties. But over the years, we are finding this is a little bit perverse as a system, because many industries have been destroyed during this period with very unfair customs duties. And from the time when our governments understand that there's a clear failure in the trade sector, even with the channels that are covered by this system, and also exchanges for currency. Europe has got its eyes open, but this is a clear sign that Europe believes in industry and the industry of the future. But with a system like this, we are going to be highly penalized in terms of competition, because we're not going to be able to move to what is coming in the future. And Europe, to be able to have innovation and design, we always run into the same problems. And this is something I'd like to draw everyone's attention to. I think with the European presidency that we have now, we need to talk about this so that this theme is tabled to be resolved. And it's not a Portuguese theme, it is a European issue. And of course, it was there before we entered the European community. So I think it's necessary to think, and it will be interesting to see how we're going to deal with this, because it's going to be very complex for European industry if we don't change. Very interesting to listen to this, because really we are now facing such uncertainty. And if we don't review some of our policies, then we could be highly penalized, and Portuguese work or industry could be penalized. Yes, major investment is required, not just in digitalization, but also in terms of sustainability. And we have to really look to quite a lot. we need to have a clear sign out to Europe about industry. So footwear has major challenges, hasn't it? Talking about digital transition and also ecological aspects. So, and this question you mentioned is very important. Could you just give us 3 or 4 key ideas? What are the major challenges do you foresee for footwear? Many. We've done our homework and we're being very careful with one thing, and that is how this pandemic evolves. Because to create a strategic plan, it should be ready. But with the pandemic, of course, everything has changed. And we can't really forecast in the long term. We might want to believe something, but we don't know. So I'm a little bit skeptical about this, because I think there are going to be difficulties and we might be paying a very expensive bill in the future. But I'm trying to be positive all the time, because this sector has to be able to adapt and face these difficulties. But the question of sustainability, I think quite probably is the most challenging aspect for the near future. Digitalization, of course. Here, this has been implemented already in a number of factories, and some very interesting results, innovative technologies and products. And in terms of sustainability, we have already been able to inject soles, plastic soles, rubber soles, which are recycled. And this has to be publicized also for the major brand names, because they can come to Portugal and they can make the most of this new technology. And mainly in terms of environment, of course, which is so important nowadays. Yes, well, I'm sure we're going to have a number of people involved in your different sectors in this conversation, but having used Luis, I've just got one question. I can't resist, because this is a sector at the moment that is facing such major difficulties and perhaps most sensitive to the other two as well, health and cork. But do you think enormous financial help is coming for footwear? Where can these funds make most difference? What is necessary to help these companies that currently are facing difficulty in your sector? Well, we have 2 aspects here. Companies that are working at private level. I believe in the brand names. I think Portuguese brand names have a place in the global plan. And I think what we need to do is begin to let these brand names be known, but also we need more. We need more brand names. They're necessary for our country. We need to assert ourselves as a fashionable country, not just in terms of footwear. But I think this is something, and I'm sure Antonio would have much to say here, and he might be able to say more about this. So I think we need thought here, so that once and for all, we can come up with solutions so that Portuguese brand names will be protagonists, will be known throughout the world. And this is essential.
I completely agree with you, because I am part of this world. There are some great, robust, strong brands, Portuguese brands. And that's why I focus so much on these brands. And speaking of brands, would you like to share this? No, I would like to thank you for this. I think it's an inside information, but I'd like to thank you for this. Carlos Coelho from the EBT. It's called Brands for Portugal. The aim of this initiative is to add value to whatever we do and touch. How is it that we can give added value to everything we produce and export? We want to reach a practical example. We have a great shirt in Povo de Varzim, which is valued at 40 euros. If that model is taken and adapted by an American stylist, well, it is worth hundreds of dollars. That's what I'm talking about. And speaking of the international level, let's try and attract foreign investors, students, and people. So the opinion that people have around the world needs to be different. And so we have to be seen as a country that really believes and backs its brand, and not be seen as a competitive country where you can do things easily. No, we really have to focus on the brand. We have a great idea of ideas, as we've seen during this debate. We all want that our country grows at a rapid pace. We have to be more ambitious. And so we have to think outside of the box and out of our comfort zone and start conquering the market. And to do that, we cannot just use low products, but added value products. And footwear has shown us the way. It is the second most valued product in the world. And so the intangible aspect needs to become more important. We produce a high quality product and then we sell it to someone from outside and they have a margin on that. Long story short, when we speak of brands, we really need to improve the opinion of Portugal, which will in turn improve the opinion that people have of Portuguese brands. This works both here, nationally, as well as externally. Indeed, when we have people from outside of Portugal who say that we are a valuable country, we do have value, our brands have value, well, this will only increase the brand of our products and of our country. So we really have to be ambitious when we face this. So we have 700, 800 signatories of this initiatives. Yes, I am one of the signatories and I am overjoyed to be part of this movement. And within our movement, speaking of which, Luis is a very discreet person, but I can tell you that he is the ambassador of a movement that this initiative created to empower brands here in Portugal. It's called Empower Brands Community. This community is paving the way. It is raising awareness for our brands because these companies need a stage to shine, to improve their visibility, not only at national level, but also at international level. Moving on to health and to Antonio Portela. My question to you is, what do we need to do to ensure that our industry is sexier? Or can't we really use the term sexy when we speak of a more serious industry? No, I think we can use it. Let me start by going back to something I mentioned at the start of this debate. When we think of health, then we have the economy of health and care, because they are two different areas. Of course, they are complementary, but they are quite different. Here in Portugal and in Europe, when we think of health, then we think of care. In other words, it is a cost for us. Why is that? Because medicines, medications are expensive, nurses are expensive, doctors are expensive, everything is expensive. So when we think of health, we think of money spent, and we don't see it as added value for the country. But there are other countries who are doing that, who interpret health as an added value. And so when they develop clinical trials, medications, and even health technologies that exist, there are some countries that are really doing a lot of work, and they are creating highly skilled work, and they are creating more exports. Of course, this is not circumscribed only to health here in Portugal, it is transversal. there is a dependency when it comes to micro, small, and medium companies. This is a problem that Portugal has. And going back to what we've all mentioned during this panel, the crux of the matter is, if you want to raise the awareness and the value of products and services, be it when it comes to research or attracting highly skilled staff, designers, marketeers, who can help us promote and develop these brands. Well, if we want to do so, and if we want to export and invest abroad, well, we need real investment. We don't need a couple of €1,000 here and there. No, we need huge investments. And so a micro company and a small company cannot attract that type of investment. Hence the importance of these funds that should arrive. Yes, these funds have to be injected into the corporate network here in Portugal to help them grow. Because at this moment in time, micro and small companies cannot make investments. Their returns are reinvested in ensuring that they can continue living on. They are used to pay the payslip of their staff. That is a clear snapshot of our economy. Yes, but the medium companies can reinvest, but not always. Luis and Antonio talked about this. They aren't focusing on the brand aspect of the companies. They're not focused on attracting highly skilled and talented staff to the companies. So we really have to increase the firepower of our companies. We need to work and be active on a larger scale. That might mean mergers, yes. That might mean corporations, yes, and partnerships. But I do hope that the resilience plan might help us to achieve a growth among our companies, to ensure that we can have larger companies, because it is exactly larger companies that can invest in research and development. Let me give you a very close example, an example close to Halls. Now, we have 50, 60 million euros that are earmarked every year for research and development. We can only earmark this type of investment if our turnovers allow us. 80% of our staff have got a master's degree and 10% have got a PhD. Now we have to pay these people, and to pay these people, our revenue has to be high enough. So we really have to have the necessary scope to work and to invest not only in our people, but in research and development. We have a huge untapped potential here in Portugal, but there's still a lot of work to do. We export 100,000 million euros of euro, but then we import a lot more. There's an imbalance when it comes to medications. In Western Europe, we have this imbalance, and most people have the opposite situation. So they export more than they import. So we have a huge untapped potential, but we have to invest more, and we really have to expand our scope. In the previous panel, I asked the previous panelists, when speaking of small and micro companies, could they really ride the bandwagon? Couldn't they ride on the wave of the larger companies? And I was just reflecting on this. In the TCF, João Duque, an economist, a couple of days ago said that it is essential that smaller companies ride the bandwagon and ride the wave of the larger companies. It is important that the bigger companies give way to the smaller companies so that they can grow. This happens in your sectors, correct? I'll give you a quick answer. I believe that this has to happen. In Portugal, when we think of Auto Europa and Bosch, these are the two main companies in Portugal, they have clusters that work with them. But the main question still is, where are the other big companies? Because the medium-sized companies don't do this. The large companies don't do that. Only some of the few large companies bring these smaller companies and universities into their fold. So it's a matter of scope, because the small companies and the medium-sized companies are competing with the rest of the world. Yes, but the larger companies need other companies to produce products or to provide services. Yes, that's true. But when we look towards this system, then it would be good to ensure that entrepreneurs think outside the box and do this. Does it happen with Cork? Yes. When it comes to the public opinion, when we see that a business makes money, when a business is successful, well, we see it as the worst possible thing, but we should do the opposite. We really should strive for the smaller and medium-sized company to become larger, to be successful. But what Antonio just said is true. There is a huge ecosystem that is managed by the larger companies. My company, well, we purchase more than 50% of local stoppers, for example, here in Portugal. So it's a great example. And we're also very active when it comes to equipment and machinery and services, just to mention a few. So all of these smaller companies are part of this larger ecosystem. In other words, we shouldn't see large companies as the worst thing in the world. No. Obviously, the priority is for SMEs to become bigger, more important again. Having said that, when we think of this increased capacity to grow, well, we need to increase exportations. But the second step is to become more international. Unfortunately, we don't have the scope to do that. But being international will allow companies to expand their human resources, and this means that they can work better at a national level. And so, if we cannot give added value, and so if we don't have the scope at a national level, then we will only be seen as a small level player. But all of this system is incredibly complicated. Therefore, we need a solid, robust creditworthiness. And that's why we need these funds. These funds need to be channeled not into visiting specialized fairs. No, these funds should be used to allow companies to become more international, and that will allow them to grow. So internationalization is an important concept, and this was at the core of how our company grew during the 90s and the noughties. So 75% that we sell nowadays is provided by our in-house team, and really does change the rules of the game. Going back to footwear, we have to do exactly the same thing here in Portugal. Does the footwear industry have the necessary skills and competences to be a solid player on an international scale? I believe so, yes. Our offer has grown. It's something that our entrepreneurs knew how to leverage. During the pandemic, we are seeing the results of the investment that we made 3 years ago. That means that, thankfully, we will be able to reach certain markets. We will be on par with certain companies thanks to technology. And we can finally reach the client. This changes everything. We have modernized our companies, especially to become sustainable. Going back to Portuguese brands, let me say that they can really leverage sustainability, and Portugal can be a pioneer country in this sense. Going back to footwear, we are faring quite well, and I can say that we're doing well, to the extent that international clients heap us with praise when it comes to what we have done and what we're producing under the umbrella of sustainability. In the European Confederation, what we're doing, or what I've done, is that we've pulled nearly all of the international or European technological centers, and we've asked them to issue a Shoes for All, It's a book of good practices containing green industrial practices, and this can really change the name of the game when it comes to how Europe produces its products and ensuring that they become more sustainable and they can be exported, and sustainability will be at the heart of the future. Thank you very much for this really interesting talk. Unfortunately, it's always very difficult to manage time, considering that we've got so much on the plate. I had two questions, and just looking at them, I believe that you've already answered them. And so, considering that we have not got much time left, I believe that it is a good moment to pass over to the Secretary of State to close this panel and this event. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much for being here today and for having shared your contribution, which was quite interesting, I must say. And so I will hand the floor to the Adjunct Secretary of State of Economy, João Correia Neves, and he will close this conference.
Fizemos hoje uma viagem à Europa competitiva, às estruturas que fazem a nossa capacidade de termos uma sociedade inclusiva, uma sociedade moderna, uma sociedade capaz de responder aos desafios do futuro. Fizemos a partir de
to meet the challenges of the future. We've had examples today. We've had a very good debate as well. We've had the panels, the different participants, lots of areas of expertise, lots of different experiences, different points of view as well, as to how we can build a competitive Europe and also a competitive Portugal. The experience of today is one built upon our capacities, but one that is looking towards the future. So this voyage that we're on, this is built upon what we've learned in the past. It's built upon improving our competitiveness and building upon the skills of our workers and the management skills of our managers. So this is a vision of Europe that tomorrow will be more inclusive, more competitive, one with open markets. We all hope that globalization will be a factor for growth in our societies and help our economies grow themselves. Now, we cannot not turn a blind eye to the process of globalization. We want a Europe which is going to find governing solutions in the world, one that can look at trade practices and that will allow Europe to project its skills in the world to help build a balanced solution which will create the rules for international competition and trade. We think that this balance between trade policies and the new industrial policies, which the Commission is going to be developing in its new next communication, are going to be very important milestones. Now, Europe, or rather, we want to build in two particular areas. First of all, the digital transition toward the green economy, ones that can improve our competitiveness for the future. Now, in this process, we need to look at how everyone can be involved, how everyone can work together to find the solutions that will be those needed by all citizens in the world. So that solution is going to be one that looks at skills, but also takes a look at how those skills can be put to use in creating a better, more inclusive economy, one that is kinder to the environment, which makes better use of the raw materials, one that makes it possible for us to not just build on old skills, but to develop new skills, one that looks at knowledge, looks at investment in research and development, that looks at ways to create new conditions to build a better world, a more competitive world everywhere. So our contribution then, that is in today's meeting, is one that is characterized by its optimism and what role Europe can play. We do need to take advantage of our advantages and our opportunities. We need to do that by looking at the ways that we can do promotion of improving on what we've done in the past. So we look to what the Commission has in the pipeline here in terms of the new industrial policy. We would hope that this new instrument will be a critical factor in the successful growth of the European economy, that it will increase our existing skills. And we're expecting that our economies will recover and the health situation will improve as the pandemic subsides. And coming out of that period, we can build on what's been accomplished. We can look in Europe and in the world, ways to add value to Europe's production chains. So we need to have capacity, we need new solutions, we need new products, but we also need to have better integration. We need to build Europe value chains that are more integrated. And we have to make certain that industrialization in Europe continues, adding value to the products here manufactured, and to build upon what we can do best in Europe and offer to the rest of the world solutions that are not possible in other parts of the world. So this has been a very, very positive meeting, but like any trip, you will have stories to tell as the trip comes to its destiny. So I hope that everyone will be on board for this voyage, and that the participants in Portugal and in Europe will be able to tell their tales and be part of the success story to come. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary of State. Thank you for those closing remarks. Yes, I'd like to thank all those that participated in today's debates. You really helped us to dive deeper into Portugal's situation. Portugal that intends to build on its great history, to build a future, which will also be remarkable. Now, as the President of the Republic said, there was never and never will be a perfect Portugal, but there's never been a Portugal which has been defeated. So I think we all need to pull together and do our part. We all need to do what we can to make the country better. Today, I would just like to have a few words to conclude myself. First of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of the Economy and Transition or Digital Transition to have invited me today to chair this meeting. We will continue to do everything we can to highlight what Portugal does best. And thank you very much for your attention. Have a good day.